Oh, the microphone is on. Okay, so we need hello, hello, hello. I'm gonna put this on the President Sunday thing. I'm not sure if my Discord ever gives notification that a stream is on. Let's see. President Sunday Orbiters. By whom? Hello, hello. Okay, we're. What a funny thumbnail of me sucking on a straw. Okay, let's see if on the Giggle card we are on. Uh, no, wait. Yeah, that's it. That's the new title. Yeah, we are on. I'm not sure why this is just. This is wrong. This should not be. This should not be. I have to get a better system on Discord because it just registers as a video. It should register as 55. Thank you. Wait, hold on. Why no? Why no? Oh, Barry. Here you go for the thing with the pencil and paper. I forgot the word and I still can't remember. Wait, you want me to do it on a paper with pencil? You want me to do it the old way? You want me to do it the old school traditional pen on paper? I got all the achievements in Star Ocean 2. Well, I'm still early in the game. I don't know why Oh Berry didn't work. It should have. It should have. I could have sworn I have Oh Berry here. That's weird. Hmm. Digital. Uh. Huh. So, what are we doing today? First, some bad news, some good news, some middle of the road news. We're probably gonna talk about them. We're probably gonna finish some reaction thing. We're gonna see. We're gonna have to look into the border blockade thing in Poland. The border, the Ukraine Polish border blockade, because it seems like it's getting out of hand. And of course, it is the direct result. It is the direct continuation of the mess that the Polish government has created. The grain crisis, of course. Even on the way out, the Polish government has caused truckers to block the Ukrainian border. And from what I understand, it has something to do with them, how they, I, how they have to wait for a few days to return from Ukraine. It's a mess. It's something really weird. Art. Oh, art is the word. Indeed. And so yeah. Just to be clear, I don't want it on pen and paper. I want a digitally. Just forget the word. I just forgot the word art. Okay, I'm gonna make it digital. So how is everyone today? How's we're gonna make a nice serene music for this. Thank you once again for the $55. We're gonna turn on some serene music. Uh, huh. Okay, serene music. Paul's ego used to be funny. Okay, let's go. Let's. Did you know that we've got already 1,010 subscribers? We're gonna go to 2K before we know it. At this rate, what serene music can we? Oh, I know. I know. I know. I know. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna. Let's start from the get-go, from the beginning. How does that sound? Is there a little background music? Do you know where this is from? Do you recognize this music? A big plus to anyone that recognizes this music. This beautiful soundtrack from a very beautiful game, a very special game. Nobody knows where this is from. Nobody recognizes this beautiful music. I know nothing. It's from Suikoden. Genso Suikoden. It's the soundtrack from Suikoden. Nobody here ever played Genso Suikoden? It's the best soundtrack ever. That's why we're listening to it now. You don't think so? You don't like this soundtrack? Uh, I had a few things to take care of today. I actually got. Mm, book. Book. I got a book. Two books actually, but I'm only gonna show this one. Look, Ukrainian doesn't bite. Ukrainian does not bite with a blue yellow apple. Chicago, коли наша потіха почне говорити, which means I wonder when our little baby will start talking. That's true. As the language person, I owe it to myself to take on yet another language to learn. So that's all good. Oh. Whoops. You can see now we're just here chilling and preparing to talk about things or something. It's a late stream. I didn't even plan to stream. I mean, I did, but I didn't, sort of. I sort of did, I sort of didn't. Życia ruchoma aktor, jaki Piotjatom chodzimy Nazawsze. Some deep philosophical saying that was. What's some deep philosophical thing? See, I told you this game has good. Told you this game has good soundtrack, didn't I? After this little booklet, I'll be a pro. Let's see. Let's see in the middle. Let's look in the middle. What the? What? Він лікує чарами? What? The topics in this book are so weird. Let me see something else. House and everyday chores. Treba. Zawsze. Maty. Wse. Pid. Pokoju. I think. Yeah, pokoju. Miedim. Miedim. Okay, mój dom. See, miedim, mój dom. Which means my house, my home. Sort of. So that's a thing. See, we're learning, you're learning Polish and Ukrainian at the same time. So you must be happy that you've tuned in to this amazing stream so that you can learn both of these Slavic languages at the exact same time. You not happy? Are you happy with this outcome? Don't tell me you're not. I know you are. Oh god. I don't even know what's happening anymore. I don't even know. I'm lost. I'm just as lost as you are. My brain will be huge. Brain hurt now. Cursed knowledge. No, not cursed knowledge. Which knowledge is cursed? Ukrainian or Polish? Whoa. Hold on. That's xenophobic or something. Hold on. You can say that. That's forbidden. That's racist. I don't know. I lack the vocab to describe what this is. I lack the parlance to describe what's happening here. Listen, things have been too calm. We need a debate. Debate me, coward. Debate me, cowards. Debate me. I need to have my debate. Oh. Cursed you knowledge. Look, I've been even writing a lot. Like a mad cow. I'm collecting alphabets like Pokemon. I've learned hiragana, katakana, a fair amount of kanji. I've learned a fair amount of kanji. I've learned Hangul. That's the Korean alphabet. I've learned more or less alphabet. Okay. And now I've learned Cyrillic language of Ukrainian, which means that I'm basically collecting alphabets like Pokemon. Now I just have to learn Arabic script and, and add it to my collection of scripts that I know how to read and write. True, true. That's true. I will be the alphabet mafia, quite literally. If I keep collecting the alphabets. Now it's time to learn the actual languages, not just the alphabets. It can be just the alphabets. Okay? That's why we got the book. Ukrainian does not bite. Yeah. We'll be speaking no time Ukrainian. And then we're gonna have a Ukrainian guest and we're gonna debate him in Ukrainian. How about that? How about that? Who can we debate? Is there a person we can challenge to a debate? No, I have not. President Sunday, debate me. First, what's happening? Who pinged me? What is this? I'm gonna click doing my own detriment. Very well. Please now accept this victory and unblock the border. We'll see. We'll see. I sure hope so. I sure hope the new government is going to support. Right? Wait, hold on. What the heck? Ah! There we go. We've done it. This game where you learn languages to connect different cultures living in a... Oh, wait. You've said that before. You've told me about this game before. Somehow I forgot. What a wonderful game. Let me see what I've got planned for today. I do have a few things planned. Did you know that this week is the Trans Awareness Week? And I've not even noticed. Oh. When is this from? Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh no. I hate it when I hate it when I'm being schooled. And the thing I'm being schooled about especially when those things are negative and not positive. Unfortunately, in this world, sometimes negative things as well. My hair is getting flattened. And because it's dirty, it means that it gets. But what's up? I was looking for something. Ah, yes. Hold on. I could have sworn I left this. Oh my goodness. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's just forget about that. Now, and focus on what's important. My audience. Oh. Can you turn down the music a bit? I can barely hear you. Daki Lucy Hazel. For you, I will do. Is this better? Is that better? Have I achieved a new level of. And now you will witness me. Because this is where you come for this stream. You will witness me groom my hair a bit, even though it's dirty. I left my dry shampoo at mom's. So unfortunately my hair is not in a good shape. And now you will witness me applying. Bleh. You will witness me applying my face cream on stream because that is why you come here. Face cream stream. I say as a couple of people disappeared from the chat. This is how you apply it. In round movements, I apply the cream to my skin. Is this not why you came? Is this not why you're here? I bet this is the best stream you've ever seen. I bet it doesn't get any better than this. It's top content. It just doesn't get any better than this, does it? Wait till I level up from cream to makeup on stream. I'm gonna do makeup stream. And I apply makeup on stream. Gonna become a makeup streamer or something. Maybe that'll bring me the big money. I'm gonna get a BB cream. I'm gonna apply it on stream. Any interest in that? Any interest in the big makeup stream? I'm gonna learn makeup on stream because I have zero knowledge on how to apply makeup. So we're gonna react to a video on how to apply makeup and we're gonna do it on stream or something. It's gonna be a huge disaster, but maybe it'll be funny. Who knows? I'll just have to buy the things. We're gonna watch a makeup tutorial. Gonna try to apply it. How's that? How's that for content? Is that a good idea? Or a bad idea? Write in the chat. Give me some enthusiasm for my imagination. I'm throwing around some amazing ideas here for the future of this channel, and you're just not participating. You're not actively, you know, do it. Okay, I will do it. I'll do it on next stream, in fact. I'm gonna do it next stream. Oh, wait. Maybe I should save that for the 1K special. I'll save the makeup for the 1K special. This is gonna be a special occasion. How's about that? Hold on. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. I'm holding it. 1010 subscribers. I feel so big all of a sudden since we've blown past the 1000. Oh my god, I have to change these. But there's also the fact that we need to do some politics, unfortunately. Like some bad news for you, we need to do some politics. As not good as that is, we need to do it. We need to do it, we're gonna do it. Shall we do it? What? Twitter is weird. Especially Polish Twitter. Don't visit Polish Twitter. It's gonna taint you. It's gonna harm you. Wait, where's the cover? Oh, here. If you monetize, you'll get bigger quicker. Wait, really? Wait, is that true? Why do you say that if I monetize, I'll get bigger quicker? What makes you say that? I actually have not monetized yet. You're right. Not Poland. Polish Twitter. How do I look? YouTube will recommend your videos more if they are monetized because YouTube wants to make money. Oh, I mean that's true. That's actually a good point. You're right. True. True. Wait, I have to Google it. I'm gonna see my what's it called? God damn it! What's the word? It's just Scream. It's nothing weird. The white thing on my face. The tax person. What's the name? What's the name of the tax person? Oh, come on. Come on. What's the name of a tax person? Accountant. An accountant. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Lucy. You're welcome, Lucy. Does YouTube promote monetized channels more? His views. YouTube says they do not promote monetized videos more often than non-monetized videos. They say those are two completely separate departments. So I guess it doesn't actually affect promotion much. At least officially according to YouTube. YouTube officially says that it doesn't. Well, that's a big lie. Oh. Accountant, yes. I need an accountant because I need to figure out my taxes. You know? That's a big lie. Should I monetize right now? Should you be just watching me click, click, click on the keyboard as I monetize the channel now? Should I do it on stream? Press yes if you want me to monetize the channel right now on stream. Of course off screen because I'll have to put in some personal information, but it'll be on stream. Time and time again it's been found videos that are monetized are more likely to be recommended. YouTube lying. So should I just monetize it now? Hold on. Just monetize it now. Where's the AdSense? What? Okay. How do I even do this? How do I do this? You're gonna watch me monetize. Do it now because we always forget to do it. Okay. You're not gonna be bored. This is not gonna be a boring stream just watching me monetize my channel on full screen. This is gonna be a dull experience. God, how do I do this? Also, I might need to turn off the camera at some point. I'm gonna need to flip out my ID or something. So where is my AdSense? Okay. But zero Polish. I don't. I don't want to. Um. What do I? What do I do? What the hell? What do I do? What do I even do? Here we go. Oh. Okay. I'm turning everything on. Everything. Wait. I'll do that later. This one I'll do later. Oh well. Oh. Oh, super chats. Yeah, I'm gonna turn on super chats. Okay, I guess I monetized. I guess I've monetized now. Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. A vast majority of my videos have limited monetization, as it turns out. Wait, what? Why? Why is my video talking about the Russian hostage situation limited monetization? Why is my video about me talking about Russia limited monetization? What? Huh? Why is what the what the why? What the hell? My video of me unpacking books from a box has been deemed unfit for monetization. Me opening a box and pulling out books, history books, and talking about them is unfit for monetization. You could not make this up. This is incredible. This is incredible. What the? Why? Why? Oh my god. This is incredible. Let me see. I'm gonna see. Newest Vosh reaction is okay for monetization, so making fun of Paul's ego is, I guess, fair game for monetization. But watching the video about Russian propaganda, I guess it's limited monetization. Great. Piers Morgan talking to a Palestinian doctor, limited monetization. Russia long-term plans limited. Crisis on Polish-Belarusian border limited, of course. Red Pillar expelled from campus. Reacting to Xander Hall got limited monetization. Wait, what Vosh raid? What do you mean? Wait, what? I'm sorry. How? What? What's going? What? How? Huh? That's what? That's impossible. Wait. It's a prank, right? Hello? Oh my god, that's... We're back? Wait, hold on, but I'm not ready. I'm... Oh my god. Wait, but I wasn't... Hello? But I wasn't even planning to stream today, and I got a Vosh. Wait, what? How... Okay, now we have to talk politics, I guess. Oh my god. Oh my god, thank you. Oh my gosh. What? But this was just a chill little stream that I was planning for today that I have not even planned. That's... Thank you. Tell us when you stream again, we'll be there. Thank you. I stream like 4-5 times a day. Oh my god. Oh no, politics? Yes, but it's also a Nivea cream stream. Okay, I have to start from the beginning. We're chill, thank you. I have to start from the beginning. I am Lucy Hazet, the biggest Polish Jewish trans streamer. Even though I'm pretty small, by Polish standards, I am the biggest Polish trans streamer. And I do history, I do art, I do politics, I do languages, and I even got this book. It's called Ukrainian Does Not Bite, because I'm learning Ukrainian for reasons. For my private reasons, I'm learning Ukrainian right now. It's true. And today I'd like to talk about some news about Ukraine, which I'm gonna be translating from Polish, you know? I'm gonna be talking about Polish specialists who are telling us their predictions on how the war is going. That's because our resident war expert has went to the US or something. So now that we cannot depend on our US expert anymore, we have to depend on Polish experts again. You know who I'm talking about, right? when I talk about the US expert. President Sunday Orbiter, take that. That was true. I am the number one President Sunday Orbiter. That's true. That's because I've got all these books. I am surrounded by books, history books, which makes me a big history nerd. I'm learning a language too. I'm just not human language. I'm learning say beep beep boop boop beep boop boop boop, and I have the computer things in response. Oh, actually can speak Japanese pretty fluently. You know, I've been doing a playthrough of a Japanese game, and oh, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you. Oh my gosh. This is unexpected, but thank you very much. I did not expect to get raided by Vosh tonight. If I knew, I'd have prepared better. But it's okay. We're gonna just chill. Just for you, I'm gonna crank open this Ukrainian textbook and I'm gonna try to read for you. Lemon. Lemon is cytryna, which is lemon. So I first read the Ukrainian, lemon, and then I read the Polish, which is cytryna, and then I read the English. So you see, with me, you're learning Ukrainian, Polish, and English, I guess. Studying Japanese is hard, and I'm so lazy. It's actually easier than it seems. See, I told you streaming today was a good idea. Yeah, it is fun. Ukraiński nie gryzie. Ukrainian does not bite. And Ukrainian is so similar to Polish that it's incredible. She's going to make us geniuses. Maya Mayor, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subscriptions. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Let's see if we're growing as a channel. Boom. I cannot believe that I go. Oh my god. Oh yes, since we were having a lot of people today, what do you think of the thumbnails in the videos? What do you think of the hand-drawn thumbnails? Yes. Oh, did you know that Ukrainian shares 70% vocabulary with Polish? Which is why basically when somebody speaks Ukrainian and a Polish person listens, then I can basically understand most of what's being said. My avatar? Fake Polish is Western Slavic and Ukrainian is Eastern Slavic. I'm astonished that they're so similar. Was just about to ask. Grammar is a bit different, but the thing that makes them similar is the fact that 70% vocabulary is shared. You know? Boom, 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 boom. So I have to learn the grammar. I have to learn some differences between words. And then I can become a confident speaker of Ukrainian. Thank you for another gifted 5 tier 1 subscriptions. Thank you so much. Thank you. Loving the dramatic tunes. That's right. The thumbnails are very individualized and special because they're hand drawn by me. Although they have different alphabets. I have learned to read the Ukrainian alphabet in 2 days. As I said, I'm collecting alphabets like Pokemon. I have learned hiragana, katakana, a lot of kanji. I have learned Hangul. Hangul is the Korean alphabet. Look at this. Ah. Hangul. Hankuko, which is Korean. So I've learned Hangul as part of my alphabet collection. And I've also learned to a big degree Aleph-Bet, which is the Hebrew alphabet. So that's another. Hello. And then I have learned Cyrillic, Ukrainian Cyrillic, and now the only logical thing for me to do is to learn the Arabic script. Are you a polyglot, aspiring polyglot, or just language enjoyer? A language enjoyer. That's the best thing to be. Wait, where is the music? Oh, that's some really nice music. I'm a language enjoyer. Although I really wanna sit down and focus on Ukrainian right now. Like Ukrainian is my priority right now, 100%. I did Russian at school for a few months. Learning the alphabet was so easy, but learning language at a school setting isn't really for me. Yeah, it can be bad. It's better to learn languages at your own pace, using your own system, using your own materials, using your own, getting people to talk to, friends, meeting new people that can teach you how to, Knowing multiple languages is like a superpower. I'd love to learn a second language, but I already spread myself thin learning 80 other things. Well, you have to choose your battles. You have to choose your priorities in life. For me, my priority right now is Ukrainian for special reasons. For special reasons that I cannot disclose. Not even you. How many languages are you familiar with? So I'm familiar with Polish, of course, because that's the language that I've been using ever since I was born. How often do you think in different languages? I think in English quite a lot. My hair is regrowing due to hormone replacement therapy. Oh, have you seen Polish estrogen? Look, this is Polish estrogen. I already took tonight's estrogen. So this is estrogen. I take it 2 times per day. This is... Where is it? Where's my other thing? This is testosterone blocker. I take it 1 time per day before bed. And this is a third thing that I take. I take this one only once. Wash rate, thank you. I take this once per week. Half a pill. I'm not sure if this is done in the US, but this third thing, this actually suppresses a thing that makes me want to produce testosterone. Okay, so the languages that I'm familiar with. Polish, of course. English. A little bit of German. A little bit of Vietnamese. I love Vietnamese. I have to pick up Vietnamese again. I've got a book here. Vietnamese for beginners. Look, this is really nice. Not yet. I mean, numbers in Ukrainian are extremely similar to Polish. Vietnamese. So I know how to say my name in Vietnamese. And I know how to ask a question in Vietnamese. How to form questions in Vietnamese. So I also know, I'm familiar with Korean since I've learned Hangul, and I did some basic lessons in Korean. I can communicate in Japanese. Basically, I can hold a conversation in Japanese, so that's good. And I would need to refresh kanji to be able to read. Um, and then I am learning Ukrainian here, and maybe if circumstances press me, I might have to also learn Russian, which I actually also have a book for Russian as well here. So that's basically my language resume, which is I'm also which is why I'm also uh, basically a language streamer. Although I've not done many language things in stream for a long time. Which dialect of Arabic would you learn? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I have to learn at some point. You have to use them. You have to use them to keep them active, of course. Yeah, you stop looking at kanji for like a day and you immediately forget all of them. True, true, true and real and based. True. That's why I have to... I want to do a playthrough of a game in Japanese on stream. And I want to translate it in real time. I've done it already once. It's a really nice thing to do. Learning what to learn is the worst part of learning. Yeah, developing a system. Once you develop a system, it gets pretty okay. You know? I think over focusing on grammar can be a detriment. You know? I think it can be a big detriment to just to fixate on grammar rules. I think it's a good thing to sort of immerse yourself and try to learn languages the way you've learned your first language in a way. By sort of trying to absorb it. I used to watch Eddie Izzard in French while I was learning French. Yeah, that's the best way, I think. Like often, like when you just try to memorize rules and memorize stuff, you just end up sort of getting stuck on those rules, if that makes sense. You just get sort of... Does that make sense? Does that make sense what I'm saying? I learned more Spanish from a week-long trip than 3 years of Spanish in school. Oh. Okay, I guess we're gonna... This your hair is looking really cute. Really? It's still growing. It's a bit dirty today. And I've left my dry shampoo. I guess it's a Polish thing. Vosh always grooms his beard and mustache, and I have to groom my hair. It's a Polish thing. So you don't worry about it. It's a thing that Polish people do. Since Vosh is Polish, he also has to groom some sort of hair. That's law. That is the law of Poland, if you didn't know. If you wondered why Vosh keeps doing the thing, that's exactly why. That is exactly why. My hair is regrowing. Like, you can go back to my older videos and you'll see that my hair was extremely thin in the front, and now it's getting nice. Learn grammar after we already sort of know the language works, if you even feel... Yeah, that I think so. If you become bald in Poland, you just explode from lack of hair to brush. If you become bald in Poland, then you need to take these. You need to take estrogen. Estrogen is the ultimate hair pill or shot if you take injections. Okay, since we are ready, I think we're gonna do a reaction together. Type in the chat if you want me to do a reaction, or rather continue the reaction that I started last stream but couldn't finish because I was too tired. Want me to do a reaction? I've got a very special reaction today of the creepiest conversation ever. I'm not sure how many of you have seen it, but I have witnessed the creepiest conversation and I want to react to it. I am ambivalent. What about the rest? To what? I missed it. Yes, there was no stream yesterday, I think. True. True. Okay, we're gonna wait. So, do you want to react or not? Decide, please. Decide your fates. Wait, I'm gonna have to go here. We're gonna learn my method of doing reactions. I have to trigger the page first. By doing ptasie mleczko. Okay, let's go. Let's do the react. Wait, well, I have to switch the screen. We're gonna be playing my favorite game while we do it. Have you heard of Go? Has anyone here heard of Go? Okay, we're on the ptasie mleczko screen, which is my default screen. And we're gonna go get to the creepy conversation. Where is it? I have it somewhere. Oh, there we go. That's the one. That's the one. This is where we've finished. This is where we were finished. This person. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's continue. While I search for a game, I'm gonna make the browser a little bit louder now. So, how many of you have seen this conversation and how it goes and how it develops? How many of you are familiar with this little conversation? Catholic tries to convince me of God's existence. Yeah, Go. This the game on the screen. The board game that I'm playing here. How far are we in the video? Like, pretty much the start. 19 minutes in, and the video's 2 hours. Okay, let's go. I mean, I can start from the beginning if you want. Dylan's debating the Punisher. Yes, Dylan's debating the Punisher. Exactly, that is exactly what's happening. Oh my god. I haven't even thought of that. The Punisher. Oh, okay. Okay, let's start from the beginning in that case. Yeah.
Who was
okay,
spaghetti monster daddy in the sky. Why wouldn't you take that? Because it actually makes sense, more sense than this other view, and it's extraordinarily comforting and consoling.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just accept the thing that's consoling, true or not? Like, I don't know. I don't think that's a way to live. Just accept the thing that comforts you, even if you know that it's absolutely not true. Would you choose such a life of just accepting something because it comforts you? Even though you know, sort of, you feel that it's not true? For like a half a second, I thought Dylan was debating Trent Reznor for some. This is the Punisher. Fairies comfort me, but oh yeah, go board.
I don't know if it. I don't know if it really makes more sense to me.
Really,
I don't know if it makes more sense to me either. So there we are.
excited to talk with someone on the left because it's hard to break in if you're associated with the right.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like two separate worlds. You know?
I mean, there's a reason for that, right? I would think. I think it's like, you know, I think there's a reason for that, maybe. Wait. Why can't I switch from top chat to live chat on YouTube? I'm probably missing messages. Not, no, not living like that is the exact reason I became an atheist. It's true.
I'll talk to just about anyone. I don't know exactly what specifically you wanted to
To
discuss.
your detriment. You talk to just about anyone to your detriment, I would say. But
I know it was vaguely around the issue.
it's your choice. If you want to talk to just about anyone, you also have to suffer the consequence of talking to just about anyone. I thought Dylan was Christian, not anymore.
Of Israel Palestine. Is there anything you wanted to
Sort of not anymore.
specifically hit on?
Yeah, I just whatever topic you'd like, but I just have the vague sense that the difference between people on the left.
Oh, yeah. You want to know about YouTube being weird? Recently, I made a video, and yes, I admit that it's a weird segment to make, but I did it, of me taking a box, opening a box, and taking out from the box, one by one, history books. YouTube has decided that me unboxing books on stream is unfit for monetization. This is bad, dangerous content. It's unfit for monetization. Unboxing books. I don't even know.
And people on the right is adherence to a worldview which
What, do books break TOS now or something?
would be theocentric as opposed to agnostic, atheistic. And I think that's like, I'm not sure if that's 100%.
Books on my Christian YouTube? Never. Maybe I'll be just permanently demonetized. Like, I don't know. Maybe they'll demonetize my whole channel, just like Dylan Burns got his YouTube demonetized. Dylan got his YouTube demonetized for God knows what, and I'll get my YouTube demonetized for books. But Lucy, people might take time off watching YouTube to spread knowledge. YouTube policies are worse and increasingly unclear by the day, it seems.
Percent true, but I would imagine there's a high
So
correlation.
I just got monetized and now I'll get demonetized for books. What did Dylan do? Nobody knows. So at first it was harassment, then some weird emails from YouTube, and then they just sent a whole list of what you can do wrong on YouTube. So nobody knows, and YouTube refuses to actually provide any information, explanation, examples, and said that Dylan can just re-monetize next year. Better luck next year. So yeah.
Relation between being on the left and being agnostic, atheistic, and being on the right and being religious, let's say. I'm just be curious because I think in a lot of these things, I think with Ukraine and Russia, there's a deep religious problem at the core of that, having to do with the Russian Orthodox Church and
Also, people just like to flatten those conflicts to a religion. It's so frustrating to see, and it's extra frustrating to see here. They never seem to be willing to clarify, which is actually scary. Like, I hate to say this, but if it can happen to Dylan, then I suppose it could very well happen to anyone at any time, no? YouTube could just demonetize anyone's channel at any time and not provide any explanation, and that's actually pretty scary. YouTube, just don't do the thing. What thing? Yes, don't do that. Exactly. Exactly, Palm Dad. Just don't do the thing. Just read the guidelines. Just read the guidelines, and more insultingly, just come through your hundreds of videos and check what you did wrong and correct it. Even though you don't really know what to look for, but do look for it in all of your videos, every single one. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? How do you even correct course in that situation? You can't. You literally can't if you don't even know what you did.
the the split of the Ukrainian church, which was done
Oh yeah, I also gonna make for the 1,000 subscribers special, I am going to do a makeup stream. We're gonna learn makeup on stream. I'm gonna buy some basic makeup and look on a tutorial, and I'm gonna try to apply it. And we're gonna see how that goes. We're gonna see if that's gonna be a smashing hit success segment or a disaster. If it's a disaster, then I guess that's gonna be content because people are gonna be amused.
by the patriarch. I'm sure you know this.
Ukrainian church split from the Moscow church. This was a big deal. I mean, technically speaking, the Ukrainian church has always been sort of separate ever since the Lithuania days within the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth, you know? Like, Lithuania had its own Orthodox church, and then Russia sort of conquered Kiev, and it became folded, but thank you for the. Oh my god. My first super chat. Thank you. 2 books. 5 CAD. I don't know what CAD is, but it sounds nice. Wait, Canadian dollars? It's CAD Canadian dollars? Everyone likes makeup. So that's what we're gonna do. Makeup.
Stuff. The patriarch of Constantinople prior to any of this stuff.
Canadian
and
dollars. Thank you. That
it
was
was
my first super chat ever. So I want to check something now. In my AdSense. Where's the. Where's. What am I. Oh, God. Wait. It says I have got 0. Where did those dollars go? I don't get it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out later. I hope I will be a trendsetter. I hope so too. Also, I hope you join the page.
was a kind of a turf war, which has its roots in orthodoxy. I'm sure you know is a
Also, people tend to forget the existence of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth so much. Or I should rather say, people have no idea that the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth existed, so they don't know about, by extension, they don't know about the history of Lithuania. They don't know how Lithuania was totally separate from Russia. They don't know how Lithuania is basically the successor of Kiev Rus. They don't know how in Ruthenia the Ruthenian language formed, which later became Ukrainian. And it's all those little things that I want to talk about on the stream, which is why I'm a history streamer. You know?
Different, but similar to Christian.
Lithuania was a huge country in the Middle Ages. Yeah, the Great Duchy of Lithuania. And now this is where it gets really interesting, by the way. Do you know what the primary language of Lithuania was, of the Great Duchy of Lithuania was for a long time? I'll let you guess. What was the main language of the Great Duchy of Lithuania? I've spoken about it on stream before, but there are many new people here now, so might as well ask again. If you don't know, you might be a little bit surprised. Latin? No. Try again. Um, you will be surprised when I tell you. You will be surprised. Yiddish? No, not Yiddish. That would be interesting, but no. Polish is in Commonwealth in EU4 is I see there when I play Europa Universalis. English, German, Ruthenian. Ruthenian was the primary language of Ruthenian was the primary language for of the Great Duchy of Lithuania for a long time. Ruthenian. It was Ruthenian. Yes, Ruthenian, the language of Ruthenia, the old Slavic language. The Ruthenia, which is the language which later became Ukrainian and Belarusian. You know, Ruthenian is the language that became later on Ukrainian and Belarusian. So it's very important to understand this when listening, for example, to Russian propaganda that seeks to say that Ukrainian is not a real language. Okay? Just keep that in mind when Russia says Ukrainian is not a real language, that it was actually its earlier form was the primary language of the Great Duchy of Lithuania for a long time. And then, sort of, when the Great Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland did the Pact of Lublin, okay, Polish became more uh, sort of primary. Russian tried to say that about Belarusian too. Yeah, and that's equally nonsense, as you can see. And we have to understand something about languages. At the time of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the idea of a nation state, of national identity, as we understand it today, did not exist at all. So languages were not tools of nation pride or national identification. They were very practical tools, you know? And the attitude of people towards languages was not the same back then as it is now. It was not sort of connected to a national identity. That's a very important thing to remember. And that the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was a composite state, a union of a great duchy and of a kingdom. And it was a country of many uh, peoples, many languages, many faiths, And it's important to remember that, like, there's a lot to talk about uh, uh, as to why the Cossacks ended up uprising against the Commonwealth. But it is very important to understand that the reason why the Cossacks uh, rebelled against the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was not that of a nation identity, if that makes sense. It was more of the fact that the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth was an estate based country. So, sort of, it was based on what estate a person belonged to. If they were a noble, if they were a peasant, if they were Jewish people, were their own estate within the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. And so the Cossacks were basically treated by the noble as peasants almost, even though they were great warriors. They helped the Commonwealth a lot, they were loyal. And the Cossacks wanted to be treated more like the nobles. And the nobles did not want to agree to this. This was, to simplify things, this was the main cause of friction between the Cossacks and the nobility of the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. Does that make sense? Did my little speech right now make any sense to you? As an American, it can be hard to difference, but there are differences. Most people I've met who say it's all the same are ignorant. That's the thing with fascism and its anti factualities. Even if Ukrainian were just a Russian dialect, Putin's argument would still be absurd, like Hitler annexing Austria, but isn't even true. It did, yeah, nice. I guess it's a very interesting topic. The formation of nation states, how nation states sort of took history and retroactively tried to say that all of history was building up to the formation of nation states. It's very interesting, and it's very important to understand at all times that nation states are actually a very young invention, that a nation identity is a very young invention to begin with, that in most places nation states and nation identities were not a thing up to the 19th century, you know. And more importantly, that at the end of the day, a nation and sort of statehood of that nation. Let's begin with a nation. What a nation is in a large part a matter of identity. You know, it's a little bit like with being trans, self identification. It was very it was very sort of pronounced after World War One, when the new nation states of Poland, Ukraine, and so on were forming, and Lithuania. When, for example, the first president of Poland sort of adopted the identity of Polish, but, for example, his brother chose to be Lithuanian. You see? Both brothers, one sort of went on to be Polish, one went on to be Lithuanian. And there's also the matter of um, Ukraine, right? After First World War, the People's Republic of Ukraine formed. And for example, many people who were technically speaking Polish were very attracted to the concept of Ukraine and went on to be Ukrainian. Does that make sense? A lot of what makes someone of a national identity is not something that's tied to blood, something that's tied to sort of biology or something like that. It's more tied to an identity. that you have, if that makes sense. Hence the name. It's in the name, national identity, right? That makes sense, right? Germany negotiated the liberation of these states Russians claimed in their empire during World War One, except for Belarus. And history, I guess. I mean, yeah, but history can be shared. Like it can be really, it can be like, for example, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I would argue that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth's history belongs to Poland, Lithuania, Belarus, and Ukraine. Right? I would argue that like it's a shared history there. You know, a shared heritage of these four countries. But we're supposed to be reacting. We're supposed to be reacting to. We're supposed to be react endies. We're not supposed to. We're not supposed to add original thoughts. We're not supposed to like do a whole speech on history. We're just supposed to sit lazily and react to people talking. Is national identity the same as nationalism? Nationalism is tied to national identity. Nationalism is basically this thought process of you identifying strongly with your national group and that your group is number one and that no and everybody else is less, sort of, to simplify it a bit. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's react.
To Catholicism, but it doesn't have that central authority. So you can get into these. It's like Catholics would
Also, we won the game, just so you
know derisively call it like a five-headed monster because there's no one central pope. So you get into these turf wars and it's unclear who has jurisdiction, and it can be used in geopolitics, and it I would just say personally it's a
Oh yes, and as I said before, a lot of conflicts are just flattened to religion when it's a lot more complicated. Like Palestine-Israel conflict is not a religious conflict. To say that it is would be absurd. And also Russia-Ukraine conflict is especially not a religious conflict. Now to say that would be ridiculous, Cope. Who's Dylan speaking with? With a strange person. With a creep. You'll see. People don't know how get how young nation states are. Like the Habsburgs just inherited Spain and part of Hungary in the 16th century because of marriage and treaties. I mean, the Austro-Hungary was an empire, was a sort of cultural empire, as many places at that time. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a little bit different in that regard because the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was a union, not an empire, a composite state.
terrible tragedy when Christians fight other Christians people and kill them. I think it's just horrendous.
Yeah,
but true of all people.
I think my main aggravation around the Orthodox Church in this war is how political or how much the Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
I mean, that is often the role of the church, to be political, to be quite honest. The churches have been tools of politics from the earliest times. Like when in the ancient kingdom of Israel, people don't know this, but during the ancient times of Israel, Judaism did not function as it does now. It was actually sort of like a pantheon with a top god on top. So what we know now as the one God, the only God, existed within a pantheon of lesser gods. The God that is called Yahweh in English, or Jehovah, Jehovah, existed as the top boss God among the other lesser gods, and also had a partner whose name I sort of blank out on, but God had a partner. God had a goddess partner. And the political thing came from the fact that the top god of the kingdom of Israel was the patron deity of the royal family, right? Well, Judaism is transformed version of that. It's not plagiarism. So there was the patron deity of uh, the royal family, right? And by worshipping that particular god, there was an added benefit. All the subjects that sort of prayed to that god became automatically the subjects of that royal family because that god was the patron of that royal family. Does that make sense? So, in that sense, God, patron God, became a political tool to facilitate power of the royal family within a kingdom. Right? Makes sense?
Specifically, when it was under the Moscow Patriarch and just the Moscow
Yeah.
Patriarch broadly, has been used as a weapon against Ukraine. Kirill, I think the most stark
This is a very chill chat. Thanks to you and and to our host. Thank you. Wait, am I doing a chill stream? Is this oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. If you can give me any feedbacks on how I'm doing, then, I always like to improve the streaming experience. Drinking sucks. Why do old people like doing this? I have no idea. I never felt the appeal of drinking. So I'm not the correct person to ask why drink. Do ducks get cold? I do. They can swim around in the winter. I think they've got some coating that protects them. They do actually. They actually do walk around in the. That's true. They do walk around in the winter. I think they've got some special coating. This is very chill. Vosh streams can get very unchill. Oh, okay. Wait, how did the Vosh raid happen? Can somebody tell me? Can somebody tell me how the Vosh raid happened? You need a duck pajama suit. True. You need to get me one.
example of this was when Kirill, the Moscow Patriarch,
I think the term is henotheism. That's why the Old Testament is so staunchly against worshipping other gods, because they don't deny other gods. They were simply foreign gods. Sort of. It becomes a bit more complicated because the Torah, the basis for Judaism as we know today, you recommended by someone in chat. I think it was Bluestone. Oh, yes, it's a Vosh raid. Ah, Vosh went for it. Nice. Thank you. Even though I didn't prepare super much for today and I'm like chilling. Nice. So, yes, there's a very important thing about the Torah that people don't sort of know or understand. Okay? And I'm going to say, I'm not taking this out of my butt. There is a famous rabbi that was the first rabbi of the Great Synagogue of Warsaw. Uh, yes, the first rabbi of the Great Synagogue of Warsaw, which was destroyed during World War II. And this rabbi created the first and last translation of the Torah from Hebrew to Polish. You know? And the rabbi was also a scholar. It's the last translation from Hebrew to Polish because then later the Holocaust happened, so no scholar to was left alive to continue doing better translation of the Torah from Hebrew to Polish, but that's neither here nor there. But he explains, the translator, the rabbi, he explains in, because there's a whole intro from the translator to the Torah, and in it he explains that fundamentally the Torah as a document is a set of instructions for the Jewish people on how to organize, live, and survive within the world, right? The Torah, the Old Testament, as Christians call it, is roughly divided into three parts because a people need a history. So the first part is the history of the people that binds them together, right? The second part is the laws of the people, of the Jewish people, that they have to uphold more or less, because if a community is to survive, there need to be some rules, right, for them to follow. There need to be some agreed upon rules of conduct, etc., right? And finally, the third part of the Torah, the prophecies, the predictions, which is basically a future that Jewish people could look forward to. Makes sense? So that they could live, organize, live according to the laws, and look forward to that future promised in the prophecies. Right? Does that make sense? Is that why I recognize your gray? Oh. Does that make sense? It sort of becomes not just a holy book that is you that you listen to, I don't know, praise God or whatever, but it becomes a very practical set of instructions for a people that sort of are without a country to survive. You know? Okay, let's continue.
Came out and said if you are Russian and you go to Ukraine and you fight and you kill the Ukrainians, then you go to heaven and you don't have to worry about it. And that type of stuff
And you
being
don't have to worry about it. That's so horrible, by the way. Oh, you want to go to heaven? Just kill my enemies or whatever. There are times I need to turn off voice depending on what I am doing at the time.
I doubt he said that.
he did say that.
I mean, he did say that. It was very loudly talked about in the news, at least in Poland. All the crazy things that the Russian patriarch has said were televised in Poland and mocked, by the way.
You're guaranteed to go to heaven. I mean, that wouldn't.
He didn't say he guaranteed to go ahead. I don't
You
think
don't need to say you're guaranteed to go to heaven. That's not a requirement. All you need to say is the road to heaven is paved with your enemy's blood or whatever. You don't have to say it's guaranteed. That's silly. But not as silly as this conversation's about to get, so.
he used the word guaranteed, but he said that is like a deed that will bring you to heaven. That was the point of the point of his speech was that, you know, by going to Ukraine and
Thank you, Greater Rain, for the $5. Here's a slice of my gratitude. Also, congrats on your viewership. Thank you. Although we should be thanking Vosh for that.
fighting against the Ukrainians, you are showing your devotion to the faith. He was trying to show that the war is part of being like a good Orthodox Christian. And I really despise that, because he said to be a good Orthodox.
I was under the impression that Jewish faith doesn't address heaven as afterlife. It doesn't. But what Dylan is talking about here is the Russian Orthodox Church patriarch saying that if Russians kill as many Ukrainian people as possible, they will go to heaven. So I mixed up the topics here a bit. It's understandable if I made it a bit confused. by mistake. You know? Yeah, I'm screaming well. Thank you.
Christian is to go to Ukraine and to kill other Orthodox Christians for territory, for border and conquest. It's not like they're going there and they're converting anybody to the Orthodox faith. All the people that they're killing are mostly Orthodox. They might be part of a
Catholics
different
in Ukraine too, but
there's like the Catholics and there's Protestants. I know the Protestant community. I've been to a few Protestant churches while I've been here.
Yeah.
There's Jews here as well. I've been to a few Jewish celebrations here as well, a few of my Jewish friends. But it's a
I've been to a few Jewish parties with my Jewish friends.
mostly Orthodox, like 78% Orthodox. And the areas that are getting bombed the hardest are also the most Orthodox parts of the country.
More Eastern.
Which makes perfect sense, doesn't it? The head of the Orthodox Church says, "Oh, just kill as many Orthodox believers as possible." Ridiculous.
And the deeper the east you go, you have a lot of Orthodox areas, a lot of Orthodox churches, and I just that is something that I really despise, and it has made it so that the Ukrainians are reflectively very terrified of the Moscow Patriarch. I think for decently good reason, and now the people who are going to bear the brunt of it is going to be the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which is separate from the Orthodox Church in Ukraine, as in it was serving under the Moscow Patriarch until
which is good. Ukraine should have its own absolutely separate Orthodox thing.
Very recently, and many of its priests have been caught for collaboration, for harboring weapons.
And of course, people abroad cried about it real hard. I'm really surprised that some things that are very logical, very obvious, become a whole discussion, especially in the more westward you go, the more of a discussion it becomes. It's the same with the postponed election. For some reason, the postponed election in Ukraine created this whole debate about it, which I just don't think that should have been a discussion at all. I thought it's very logical for the election to be postponed, quite honestly.
For which isn't that surprising, considering the Russians have been trying to use the Russian Orthodox Church as an extension for its intelligence apparatus for a very long time.
Right. It was, I think, it was a survival mechanism for the church, because Russia, as you know, was on paper or communism is on paper atheistic in its nature.
Atheistically.
Like Marx preached against
religion. Sort of, kind of, but not exactly. Like socialism does not have to be anti-religion per se, to be quite honest.
Per se. So I think as a survival mechanism, the Russian church, whatever, subordinated itself to the communist powers, which weakened its spiritual mission. And so like,
wait, whose spiritual mission?
This is a perennial
the churches, the Orthodox, got it.
Problem in the church, and it's an argument that you can make. I get into these arguments. I'm sure you're aware Catholics and Orthodox have been at schism, a stupid schism, since like 1054. But it has real consequences, because there is a certain strength in having a worldwide church that you lose when you get into.
Yes, the certain strength of having a big authority organization that just lords over everybody, for sure, of course,
what they call autocephalous churches, like that have their own head, because they often get subordinated to.
Wait till you see where this goes. Do you think it gets more discussed because it's not logical enough for the West? There seems to be a lot of apologized behavior that tries to justify past, but if we keep justifying the past, like, of course it makes sense to postpone the election if most of the citizens will not be even able to vote. Like, it makes perfect sense. How would you logistically, how would you organize an election in Ukraine right now? It's just not feasible, and still people try to debate that it is. No, it's not. It absolutely is not.
the governmental authorities. And so sometimes, yeah, like sometimes breaking away, which we, from a religious perspective, we would see as schism. They see also the Catholic Church as schismatic, but it has real life, consequences. And sometimes some things that people like, who cares, right? Like, who cares in 1054, whatever, but it has real life consequences and often ends in bloodshed. Same in Israel and Palestine.
I have no idea what this person's trying to say here.
A lot of bad theology, I think, has gotten Christians here in America and some Jews here in America to support something that I think has nothing to do with Christianity or Judaism, but it becomes a mixture.
Because it's not a religious conflict, you buffoon. The Palestine-Israel conflict is not a it's not a religious conflict fundamentally. It's a conflict about nation statehood and who has the right for self-determination and who has the right to the land. It's not a religious conflict. Stupid schism. Catholics and the Orthodox are basically two religions at this point. Already kind of where we the schism began in the Middle Ages.
Sure, of a political settler, I think you would probably use the term settler colonial project, gets then mixed in with the Bible in a way that doesn't really make any sense theologically, but you end up with this kind of semi-religious, semi-secular thing, and then there's genocide, and it's just interesting. I think when you look at the deeper levels, religion is a deeper level. You probably found in the Ukraine that the religious level is a deep level.
Those religious Slavs, by the way. Oh, those religious Slavs. Of course. Those religious Slavs.
Level, and it can motivate people in ways that we in the West, it's sort of foreign to us to like die for your faith. But there, I think it's still a little more real of a thing, more of an investment.
There are definitely people
powerful.
People still like rely heavily upon faith here.
But not in the way that this person's describing. Nobody's like, oh, why do I fight? I fight to die for God. That's not a thing. This is a really weird way to view things and to make Ukrainian people and Slavic people in general see as that other group that's way more religious and fanatical.
But when I talk to people about why they're fighting, I don't often get the answer of faith or religion. It's usually
I don't know, because I don't want to lose my home.
Extension of sovereignty, freedom. Sometimes I'll hear like protecting democracy. Definitely if you're speaking the former Euromaidan protesters, which there are a lot of them in the armed forces. I don't often hear that they're specifically fighting for their faith, but there are
Maidan. There's a Maidan in Kyiv called Maidan Niezależności.
People who definitely use faith as a comfort and as a tool in order to deal with the things that they see, or in order to deal with just the reality of the situation. It is a comfort for soldiers. Much, I think, less of a.
There's a difference. There's a meaningful difference between something being a comfort to the soldiers and something being like this rallying cry to die for the faith, right? No, he's not gonna say that. He's gonna say worse things, though.
Motivation as to why they go fight.
Yeah, I think that's right. But the thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain, the second commandment, maybe the third commandment. I think that people say that's when people say Jesus Christ when they stub their toe, like, oh, that's what that's about. No. It's about the use of religion.
Jesus.
religious language and ideas for something that's not worthy of it. And it often ends up being political or
Now
financial.
he just looks patient, but wait to see how this call develops, and just let me say this: observe the facial expression. Okay, it's gonna change with time in this conversation. The expression is going to change a bit. You'll see. It's gonna be, I'm telling you what to look for in this debate.
Or something that God,
It's gonna
I
be
don't think
a
Christianity
shift.
could endorse. Although there have been, there's such a thing as a just war. I think it could be argued that what the Palestinians are going through right now is a kind of martyrdom, and whether they're Muslim or Christian
I'm
is
sorry, I just remember
like,
something
I
funny.
do think it's God, like having faith in God is the only thing that's going to get you through that. And I don't know how many atheists and agnostics would be able to survive
True, there is no
70
such
years
thing as any just war. Ah,
of that and now have it all, so yeah, it can be a force for, it's a powerful force. I guess what to say, if
use
you
the
believe
force.
that you will
You
be rewarded
believe in the
eternally
force.
for your behavior, that can be used like to cause great violence, because there's nothing more handy than people who are willing to
cause great
die for
vibes.
something. But it can also be used for good.
True.
I grew up Protestant. I was raised
Oh, you did?
Protestant, and
Me
from
too.
for me, like the idea of a religious institution telling me to go fight and die for a war is very strange, because there's
Same.
no like singular religious figure or institution that I
I
particularly
don't know, it just makes me feel of the Middle Ages. The idea of fighting and dying for your faith, I'm gonna be quite honest, makes me think of the Middle Ages. We're not in the Middle Ages anymore. Hello, Lozerk. Hello, welcome to the page. Welcome to the stream. I hope you have fun. I hope you're enjoying yourself.
looked up to. I was
Mm.
raised on the idea of you look up to the Bible, you look up to the good book, and then that's it.
Yeah.
You read it, you interpret it, you have your relationship with God, and that's it. I'm not somebody who's particularly religious
As you can see from the Torah, it's a little bit more than that.
anymore. I would still maybe consider myself culturally Christian. But
Mhm.
for me, the idea of any religious institution trying to tell me the word of God and how that is being used to benefit, and how the word of God
Which
is now
is basically what the Catholic Church claims to have, like the one true reading, the dogma, whatever, right?
telling me I need to go fight and die in
That's the
Ukraine,
Catholic
where the
Church.
word of God is telling me we need to send $600 million or $3 billion to Israel in artillery shells. I find that a little ridiculous. I think I can get my own interpretation
Fair enough. Fair enough to find this a bit ridiculous.
of the book, and nowhere in the book did it say bomb the Gaza Strip.
Yeah.
True.
Well, but what they read is and it is Christian Zionism is largely a Protestant. Were you evangelical?
No.
Is that okay? So mainline or like
Non-denominational. I grew up in a non-denominational church. It was just
Okay, so-
broadly
I'm not sure what that means. That's a thing that's being thrown around a lot in the US, the non-dominational thing. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
Protestant.
kind of fundamentalist or
It was kind of fundamentalist. I remember when I was younger, I was told some crazy stuff about Israel by certain Sunday school teachers, but I stayed broadly away from that crowd. It was very just, yeah, not really. I would say it was very moderate generally.
yeah. I think the problem with like I was raised Protestant, and the problem with Protestantism is because it's sort of every man his own pope. Then
does
you're
that
subject to manipulation, of course, and people who
Okay, right off the bat, that makes no sense. That makes no sense, okay? If every man is his own pope, then you're subject to manipulation. So, if you think for yourself, because if you're your own pope, then that just means that you interpret the Bible on your own. You're basically your own boss, if that makes sense. Your own, you are or your own person, right? Right? Does that make sense? So, if you are your own boss, you're prone to manipulation. But when you are, when you have a big daddy pope to tell you what to do, then you're not prone to manipulation somehow. That just makes no sense to me. Without a higher authority to tell you what to think, you can get manipulated by someone else who is in the. That just, I that's just such nonsense. I don't even know what to. Doesn't non-denominational mean that you're not connected to any specific group? So what? It's like a standalone church that just is like this one church building is its own little thing, like isolated thing in the neighborhood and its own. Yeah, that's what non-denominational means. But tradition isn't manipulation, surely. True. Like that's
I
just nonsense to me. If you think for yourself, you're just prone to manipulation. A lot of standalones here in the States. I've noticed. Protestantism rejects the idea that any one person is more connected to God than any other. I mean, that sort of makes sense. Like, in a way, Judaism also is like that because, technically speaking, the rabbis are not some special people, you know? They're just people that know a lot and you can ask for advice, but they're not more connected to God in any way. They're not priests. Like the priest, there was a priest class and it died, and it stopped existing with the destruction of the, you know, of the temple. And while we were at it, synagogues are not temples, so that's a whole other topic. It's a church is independent sometimes, but they form network of churches. Most self-proclaimed non-denominational churches in the U.S. are indistinguishable from your average evangelical or Pentecostal church.
I don't know the whole history of Christian Zionism, but I think
But yes, synagogues are not temples, actually.
it was a pretty much like a concerted effort to um, push a political agenda into an interpretation of Revelation that it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it doesn't comport with like the more mainstream theories historically. But that's I think it's a weakness of Protestantism. You can sort of tweak it. There was a famous theologian who called it a wax nose. You can kind of tweak the Bible depending on how you read it, with less sophisticated readers to almost do anything you want it to do. You can read Jesus as a Marxist. You could read him as a capitalist. You can read him as a racist. You could read, So I don't know how. I don't know if I'd agree that reading the Bible in and of itself for a modern person who's not doesn't understand. This is where you get into this thing like, did a snake talk to the people in the garden? It's kind of you need a little bit of help with it. You need someone to help
Yeah,
you.
but okay, sure, form Bible circles, but you don't need a big daddy pope to tell you. It doesn't mean that you need a big daddy who also on the side happens to be, I don't know, a child abuse defender to help you understand the Bible better. You don't I reject that.
You
You
interpret
don't.
it, and that's why I became Catholic, because you have at least
Of
an
course.
argument that there is an authority who was established by the founder from the beginning,
Of course.
who continues to act through, at least to some degree, the bishops and the Pope. So it's more coherent, but
I mean, John Paul II was a child abuse enabler. Let's not the famous Polish Pope. He covered for child abuse a lot. Let's not pretend he didn't. And the popes are supposed to be the voice of God, representatives of God on earth.
You know, Pope Francis actually is an interesting figure because a lot of Catholics in the United States tend to be right wing, and Pope Francis is a very centrist
So
figure.
forgive me for not putting a lot of trust in popes.
I think he actually could do a great deal of good in resolving conflicts, but he gets sidelined because he doesn't have an army, he doesn't have money. But he's an interesting person in the, you know, he's got a place at the UN, and
That's cool that the current pope is an interesting person, but I still don't trust him.
He's interesting because I don't think he hasn't yet condemned Hamas, and I don't think he ever will, because it sort of doesn't work with the tradition. You can't call a government terrorists. It's two different categories.
Pope Goat.
I guess like I just don't trust the institution of the Catholic
Because
Church.
didn't Francis sort of wasn't Pope Francis kind of wishy-washy on the whole conflict war in Ukraine? Like, didn't he say some infamously bad things about the war? How both sides should just get along? How, mistakes were made on both sides or something silly like that? Wasn't that a thing? Did people forget about that? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah.
I don't trust the idea of any institution telling me, okay, this is how you're supposed to understand this book. This is how you're supposed to understand the Bible. We used to say,
True. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It just becomes dogma. It just becomes a dictate. Why even read it at that point, by the way, if you're just gonna be told what it means and what you're supposed to take away from it?
this, but actually in the last 50 years it's changed. And now this is what God's word on this is.
And yes, the Catholic Church keeps flip-flopping on its rules all the time, of course.
Interpretation of this actually changed, and I can see the Catholic Church change its interpretation. And if something is representing the unaltering word of God, it is very hard for me to understand how they could possibly change their interpretations, which has happened during.
Could you give me one example of a change in interpretation?
I mean, I can understand that, no problem. Poland is a super Catholic country, by the way, which is very interesting because the Polish government, when Pope started being more lax on the LGBT, the Polish government was like, well, the Pope has his own opinions and we just don't agree. So much for the representative of God, huh?
In the Catholic Church,
like homosexuality and the acceptance of homosexual, for example, the acceptance
so much for that
of homosexual priests. Is this something that is from a genuine position of like accepting, like God has now accepted homosexual priests, or did that change recently? Is he now okay with it, or is he not okay with it?
Well, I don't know. Are you under the impression that the Catholic Church has
this is something that the Pope has talked
homosexual
about?
priests?
This is something that the Pope has talked about, and this is something that local, like Catholic. God, I'd have to go look up the story. I did not know we were going to be talking about the Catholic Church today.
No problem.
True. This is supposed to, by the way, just to inform everybody here, this is supposed to be a conversation on. This is supposed to be a conversation of Israel-Palestine, just so you know. Just so you're aware what you're witnessing here.
But no, I think you're right in a sense, like the way something is presented has changed, but like the teaching on homosexuality, which goes back to the New Testament, actually goes back to the Hebrew scriptures, is that it is not, part of like the way things are supposed.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a conversation on Israel-Palestine, yeah. That is what they were supposed to allegedly talk about. No Christian religion has ever been able to answer my question. If God is all forgiving and Jesus died for your sins, why is there a hell? Because Jesus only died for the original sin, apparently. That was just a sacrifice for the OG sin, not for all the other ones.
Supposed to be. That hasn't changed in the slightest. But the approach that, say, a priest would take, or would be different. But I don't think that's changed. I don't think
Someone's getting bored. Someone's getting bored.
that's going to. I mean, I know it's never going to change, but so if you say that something like, for example, suicide, it used to be. I know this because I had this was an issue when I was teaching. There was a kid who committed suicide. It used to be that someone who commits suicide couldn't be buried in a Catholic cemetery, and it wasn't that they were condemning them to hell, but it was a discouragement because suicide.
Yeah, ostracization is the best way to, as I've said before, the best way to mental wellness is to ostracize people and to, I don't know, threaten them with the lack of the ability of being buried in the cemetery. And yes, that's a change on the Catholic Church's part.
Can be something which, you can whitewash too much. It's not good to put that in.
Who says suicide is good? Name me that person who says, "Ah, yes, suicide, so cool, so cool." Thanks, Lucy. At least give me an off-the-cuff answer. It's obvious. Um, More than that, but I appreciate that. It's okay.
In the minds of young people as an okay thing to do. But more recently, the church has softened her position disciplinarily and said, yes, you can, but we don't want to have sermons which seem to encourage that as like morally good. So the teaching on suicide, of course, is consistent that it's, a terrible thing to take your own life. I don't think actually anyone really disagrees with that, but there's been a softening of the sort of societal punishment of, the shame on that.
True. If someone's not in a well mental state, we should shame them. We should shame them to submission. That's the ticket to wellness. The ticket for wellness, the road to wellness is paved with shame and ostracization and social punishment. That's how you get people not to kill themselves, through shame, social punishment, and other. No, he's not. You can already see he doesn't.
So I actually think yeah, you would think that it would be inconsistent, but it's been remarkably consistent. The Catholic Church has been remarkably consistent. It's one of its.
Oh, for sure. The Catholic Church has been remarkably. You know what? I'll bite this bullet, as streamers say. I will bite this bullet. The Catholic Church has been indeed extremely consistent in its inconsistency.
Glories is that really it's never changed.
What about
except for all of the reforms of the Catholic Church? Did we forget about all those, big reforms that it underwent? But really, it never changed. Whatever. It's fine. It never changed.
Like the Pope Francis's recent statements about including trans people in Catholic practices?
Well, the church has always welcomed all people in a broad.
Oh yeah, especially Jewish people. Oh yeah, especially Jewish people. Especially.
Sense, right? We've never
always.
Like those pads for periods.
It depends what you mean, but like we would never. The church has never said, like, for example, this idea is a trans woman a woman, which I don't even know what that means. Like,
I feel sorry for you if you don't even know what that means.
like the
Hello.
but to say people like the Pope uses pronouns in practice.
Wow. The Pope uses basic grammar. Amazing. That makes the Pope really special if he uses pronouns. Incredible.
That are, let's say, phenotype.
My partner would say about the Catholic Church's consistency, they're so misogynistic that they'll probably allow gay marriage before they'll ever allow female priests.
Like if someone appears to be, so out of courtesy. But he's also said that gender ideology is sort of huge.
Gender ideology. So they're not consistent, are they? If they're on the one hand they say, oh, we allow this, but on the other say fearmonger about the gender ideology. So how is the Catholic Church supposed to be consistent in this scenario? By your own admission, it's not, is it? It's not at all.
Threat to humanity. So I don't think it's a big. I don't think. Yeah, you think that
we accept trans people who are a threat to humanity? So consistent.
The Catholic Church has been extremely hostile to homosexuals or transgender people.
I think generally, yeah.
Yes.
I don't think that's true. More so than.
I mean, it's pretty well documented, so you don't have to believe it's true. It's just fact.
People of
you don't
that
have to believe it's true.
Time?
More so than people of that time. Well, I guess for me is, I don't know if that was the standard I would apply. If somebody is representing the word of God, the institution of God, I would imagine that it would be timeless, the values that are taught by God, right?
Yeah. The core values, but how you sort of approach a problem may change with
the problem of the transgenders.
Time. It doesn't mean so for example, I'm opposed. I don't think drugs are good, and I don't think marijuana is good. But when I was a teacher back in the 90s and the aughts, we changed the policy from punitive, no drugs, no tolerance.
I just came here. Why is Dylan arguing with a video game character? Because Dylan loves video games.
It's too therapeutic. That doesn't mean you're endorsing marijuana use, but there may be more appropriate ways to deal with things as something becomes different. But anyway, you could call that a change. I mean, a lot of people
they just babble. What does that even mean?
Hate. A lot of Catholics agree that Pope Francis is changing the teaching of the church because he's more
in a budget MGS game.
Leaning into the sort of welcoming part of Christianity.
And the thing is, I like that. I like him to be more welcoming. It's just I also noticed that these are changes, and if there was a different pope, then I doubt that some of these changes would be happening. If we had a much more conservative pope, then these changes wouldn't be happening. And that means the representatives of God, depending upon who was pope, would be changing how they interpreted and interacted with the Christian doctrine and how they treated others.
Yeah, the discipline. In other words, like what isn't allowed, or those kind of minor aspects will change, and there will be popes who will be more sort of pulling back from being more countercultural.
Wait, so that means there is no consistency. Once again, you're demonstrating a lack of consistency. If the popes can just, change. What?
And saying we got to be careful about, say, relativism, which is a huge threat to, Catholicism.
Why?
Because of a certain time frame, or emphasizing, say, that communism is not compatible. Will change, but I think it.
I mean, if you'll change, then there's no consistency again.
I think there's a remarkable continuity, but you could say that's just acrobatics or apologetics. People can say that's just coping, but
It is. It is both of these things.
I would say probably the biggest one that
But the conversation has not yet gotten off the rails. I'll just say that. The conversation is just calm and boring right now. It has not gotten off the rails yet. So just prepare for that. It's still pretty chill so far.
the biggest one you could possibly say of the church is slavery, where slavery
This
was
conversation gets wild as it continues. Just be prepared, as Scar from The Lion King would say.
tolerated in the early centuries of Christianity, no doubt about it. And
No doubt about it.
it um
It does. It does. Oh, just you wait. This conversation is pretty just lackluster right now, but it gets wild. It just gets wild.
it is now, just like
This is the boring part, believe it or not.
humanity has said, like slavery is not tolerable. But
see,
I think we have new
that
points.
confuses me because, like, if I was God, and I'm not God, and I can't understand God, but if I was to create a set
You are God.
of rules, right? I feel like, I'd make it pretty clear my position on slavery, right? I feel like this is and it feels like the Bible, it does give instruction on how to treat your slaves in the Old Testament. So it does give some, like, doctrine. It gives some teaching around the issue of slavery, and that teaching was not slavery is bad. It was, this is how you be a good slave owner. And it seems like the church is...
Well, it also was there in the Old Testament. You must be familiar with the story of Moses. Was a story of people being liberated from slavery. So while it wasn't like a moral teaching, obviously there was an emphasis on
That's
freedom.
a pretty enough face to be a God. I buy that.
Yeah, for
as opposed to
the
being enslaved.
Jews, for God's chosen people.
Yeah, well, and if those were his people, then he liberates his people. And of course, many of the abolitionists drew on the story of Moses, and also enslaved blacks drew on, the inspiration of Moses, let my people go. Or there's a lot of, songs. So to say that the Old Testament was, but even the slave, even where there was slavery, it was generally more humanitarian than the other regions around it. So it was like a sort of gentle slavery. But we would explain that as what
Gentle slavery. Oh, come on. Because this person's a creep, first of all, and second of all, gentle slavery.
it's called the divine pedagogy, that God works through history, not once and for all just drops a bunch of everything on us, but that we grow together with him.
That's
And so this idea that
that's stupid. Snuggle slavery.
God would, if
I can see how this goes off the rails. You really don't. You really don't.
you were God, you would just drop it all at once. But
You really don't know how this will go off the rails. I assure you, you don't know.
So he was kind of like, he was releasing like demo reels of his anti-slavery
Demo reels.
values
Yeah,
of
we
God's
would call
anti-slavery
it-
values.
Yeah, we would call it like foretastes, and like that we couldn't handle the fullness of a
Demo reels.
relationship with him until the fullness of time, that we had alienated ourselves through original sin, and that he was always sort of pulling us back, but that he would allow us to be like rebellious children.
Again, this is just gibberish. This means nothing.
Allow us to be like, well, I can't do that all at once. So, for example, divorce
That makes no sense.
was tolerated in the Old Testament,
God needs
and
popular support after all. True.
our Lord came and said, no more
He might be, he might be voted out of office otherwise.
of that. This is the way it was supposed to be at the beginning, and now we're going to reinstitute it, and I'm going to give you the graces to live that out. It's it's a sort of a process. I mean, if we think of God as the Father, we are his children or his people, then we walk with
I mean,
him
technically speaking, God is in some places depicted as the mother. So
and we learn. And I think that's a nice father. But I guess some people could say, well, you know, you have to tell us it all at once, or I won't believe in anything. I don't.
that's a logical father.
It's I guess it's just if any book or any teaching was trying to tell people about their position on slavery, and in the book it included instructions on how to treat your slaves, I think that seems like an implicit endorsement, at least on the existence of this institution.
True.
Toleration, yes.
At least the toleration
Why
of
would you tolerate? That makes no sense.
slavery, at a time when slavery was its most brutal in the ancient world.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, it is what it is.
I don't know if Semitics, I don't know the history of it. I know that Asian, the Asian slave trade from Africa, I think was the low point of.
Oh. So God was not the God of Asian people. I see. But okay.
Slavery worldwide, but
I guess I don't understand why.
I guess God was not the God of different regions of the world.
Did that change? Did those rules that God like wanted us to follow, did those just change with time and say, well, actually at the time slavery was okay, but now it's different. Now slavery's while we were tolerating slavery before, now we no longer tolerate slavery. Why not just not tolerate slavery from the beginning if it's the word of God?
Right. If it's totally immoral, I think slavery is something that's tolerated like divorce, because at the time.
What a comparison. Slavery is something that's tolerated. Just like divorce. It's basically the same thing.
I mean, you could make, I think this is a left-wing argument that you could make the argument, I know this was made.
The left-wing argument for slavery.
That the Irish indentured servants in the Northeast, here where I am, had a rougher life than the slaves in the South, because if they lost an arm, they just had no sort of, So I don't know that slavery itself, it was so like solving the problem of slavery in 1865 in the United States didn't exactly solve the economic problems of blacks, as you know.
Ugh. Wow. Irish laddie is shaking in his boots right now. True. Well, I mean, this is a Bosch raid, so.
Reconstruction, they were slave, but they were herded into. Many people wanted them to be sent to Africa. Millions of people died in the camps that they corralled blacks into. The North corralled blacks into, which were a lot like concentration camps. And so I don't know that I think that
I don't know if ending slavery was all that good.
Everything war is tolerated, and war is terrible, but there are times, I think we would say, when violence is a proper response to a
Jesus.
situation.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's ever I don't think slavery is ever a proper response to anything, though.
Well, you could make an argument that a modern wage slave is in some ways a slave. At least he got a day off a week, and he was guaranteed housing. I mean, there are people today who I understand.
But the book gave instructions on how to beat the slave, how you can beat the slave humanely, to not exaggerate your beatings and stuff. But that implies that beating a slave is implicitly either tolerated or moral.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to say that, and this is also a thing on the left, that no people should have authority over other people.
It's a left thing.
Including the ability to.
And yes, it's it's believe it or not, it has still not gotten off the rails yet. Not yet. It's still on the rails right now. We are still on the rails. We're still firmly on the rails in that train. Yes. Believe it or not.
Inflict punishment on them, then I think we're talking about a utopianism.
Well, no, that's not what I'm talking
any of
about.
them.
But I don't know if I don't think there's ever a good reason for a human being to own another human being.
We're still
Yeah, I
on
mean, I
that
think it was a
train.
system that at one point, I'm not going to say you know, I don't know philosophically. It's like the death penalty. The Pope
Let me
has
just
said,
say, you will know when it gets off the rails.
and the Catholic Church generally says, today we should not employ the death penalty. Was the death penalty at some point necessary because of the lack of, you know, jails and things like that? I think so. I think it can be.
Because of the lack of jails, no space in jail, so we have to kill people. I'm sorry, what? Huh? Oh yeah, we don't have any more space, so I guess we're just gonna kill him.
A situation.
Would you say the same thing for?
What the?
I mean, like the institution of slavery.
Yeah, you'd have to ask the question philosophically: would it ever be wrong to buy and sell human beings? Is that intrinsically
Yes. 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 Yes, it is.
wrong?
Thank you. I've answered. Yes.
I mean,
No, I don't want to seem like a radical, but I'd probably
Radical.
say yes.
Oops.
I mean, are
Ah,
are
what a radical.
corporate workers owned by their bosses?
No.
And
They're not. You can quit your job. Actually, you can. Believe it or not.
are people who
I mean,
are people who get into huge, crazy mortgages? Are they owned by the banks? If you add up all those people who own you,
What the? Oh my god.
are you really much freer? Is what I would. I would just be. I would tend to de-emphasize the celebratory nature that we in America are free, and I think people on the left are aware. Like, especially young people, like you're far from free. It's almost impossible. I have 6 kids. Almost impossible to imagine them affording their own houses, getting married at a young age, being able to have children, be able to have one spouse at home, and you know, slaves actually had those things, although of course they were subject to like near complete control of their masters, which also is not ideal. I think the ideal Christian economy is one where there is a great deal of freedom, and I think slavery.
Will this get onto YouTube? Of course. We're gonna upload this as a segment. Of course. And I'm gonna draw the thumbnail. Once again, I'm gonna do a special hand-drawn thumbnail for this, of course.
Was you know, far from that, but I'm not sure I would celebrate that the world that young people like you are navigating today is so fantastically free, because it isn't.
I wouldn't say that our world has like our world is the most free ever, but I would.
And yes, the conversation is in fact still on the rails. Still on those rails. Still on the rails.
would say that there is a significant difference between you deciding to sign up with a corporation to work a 9 to 5, so you're going to give them this amount of time out of your day for paycheck, dental, etc., what you need necessary to survive, and the ability for somebody to control where you go, where you move, what you eat, where you sleep, who, if you can have a relationship, if you can't.
If you can even sleep, if you can even let's Let's not forget about that little detail.
Have a relationship, the punishments you get for not properly working, which can include things like beatings, which there was instructions on how to properly beat. And look, the instructions weren't the worst. I mean, they weren't like beat the slave with the most spiked bat possible, but it was still saying beat the slave using this method. I think these are all things that are very different than somebody consenting to give certain hours out of their day.
Yeah, to give their labor. Yes, to sell their labor
To their workplace.
Yeah,
I would say that the freedoms
at gunpoint at a certain point, though, if you don't.
I mean, by starvation, yeah, but that's just existing. That's just living. Like everybody has to work to live.
And also in modern, well, I think there have been times when people had a little more. I mean, I think the Thomas Jefferson's ideal of the yeoman farmer, of the like family business, small family businesses was much freer. But I mean, I worked for Airbnb, and that's not even an employer, but like they force you to adhere to, like they controlled your thinking. You couldn't disagree about.
They controlled your thinking. They manipulated your mind. And I will just remind you, this conversation is still pretty calm so far. Wait for it. It'll get wild soon-ish, maybe.
This, that, and the other thing. You could post something on Facebook and they would destroy your career because it was seen as being, whatever, hate speech or whatever it was. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know how many people that you're in media. I don't know how many people in media are allowed to say, like, maybe I question the Zionist project. So, in mainstream media, anyways. And
you don't even know what the Zionist project is, to be quite honest with you. I don't think that guy even knows what the Zionist project is. Like, if you're gonna criticize something, at least know what it is.
And I don't know, so I mean, I think human society always
human nature. We also got the human nature line, which is always a good sign.
Has this problem of freedom and
human nature, human nurture,
authoritarianism. And I'm not gonna argue that we should reinstate slavery, but I'm just saying that there are ways in which, just like colonialism, we could say, oh yeah, we finished with colonialism. I mean, there's colonialism going on all the time. It's just going on in more subversive ways, and I think that's maybe just the human condition at some point.
See, there you go, the human condition, the less overt way of saying human nature, the human condition.
In some way.
It just, for me, if there was going to be like a word of God in a book, right? I'll be honest, I'm not extremely religious. I have a lot of questions. Just my my time in this country has given me questions. My time in just on Earth has given me questions. But if there's a book of God's word, I would imagine that these lessons would be timeless and they would not be bound. And I think one of the best pieces of evidence that God would exist would be the fact that these lessons and the instructions in said book are not bound to the decades and time that it was made. For example, Muslims always talk about like the magical science of the Quran, how like, wow, how did the Quran know that people were made of water without the scientific knowledge? Oh, that proves the divine revelation and stuff like that can be pointed to. And if there's instructions that are not timeless, like how to beat your slave,
humans are fundamentally corrupt and evil, and we need God.
That makes me feel
we need God to tell us how to beat our slaves. True and real and based
or doubtful of the.
Well, let me ask you a question about that, because of course religion is not a book of rules. It's not really a book of rules. That's a second.
It is a bit in Christianity, though, isn't it?
Very part of it. It's an invitation to a relationship of joy at creation, and it's as calming. But if you want to talk about that,
more gibberish.
Obviously, as Christians, we would say the words of our Lord are those things that you're looking for. And I have yet to hear anyone critique the teachings of Jesus Christ.
The teachings of Jesus. I mean,
yeah. Name one teaching of Jesus. Turn the other cheek. That wouldn't be a good idea in the Middle East right now. That's outdated. I don't think so. Forgive, be merciful. I don't think so.
There are certainly teachings in the Bible that I think are useful for people. I just, if there was a book that was God's word, right? And the Bible, from what I know about its creation, was not one person sitting down writing all of the stuff. It was multiple people. Multiple people writing down different sections of the Bible, collecting it from different parts of the region, and then this becomes the Word of God, or this becomes the teachings of the.
I mean, I've sort of explained the role of the Torah, yes, as the instruction manual for the people to how to live in the world, right?
Religion, and it's hard for me to imagine.
The church decides on those books being the canon, is the historical, right?
Yeah, and it's just
leaders of the church.
There's so many different, and it just they bring all these different these sections together to make the Bible, and for me, if there was a way to, how do I know that all these different sections of the Bible, which one is the one that actually represents the lessons and teachings of God, and which
the Catholic Church decides for you. You have Big Daddy Pope that decides for you. That's it.
Somebody entering their own values in place of God's teachings.
Because you could say maybe the church made a mistake by putting this book in, but the other ones were good. How?
Yeah, that would be my question, because
for a Catholic or Orthodox or many Protestants, we would say it's the.
I mean, for a Catholic, just blindly follow what you're told. See, you've been doing an excellent job explaining. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Bishops who Jesus put in place to make those decisions, who made those decisions, and the whole process was inspired by the Holy Spirit.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Because I've gotten like 7 DMs during our.
Okay, now the conversation is going off the rails officially. Okay, now that Dylan has breached a certain topic, now we are getting off the rails. 7 DMs. There we go. Let's go. Now it's getting off the rails. Let's go. It's time. Thank you, Space Tessie. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 USD, which I'm not sure where they are going.
Our conversation. Why do people keep telling me to ask you about your daughter?
This is actually real.
Now it's getting off the rails. It's time.
Really interesting too. This is something that happened to me from being on the right, and it also got into a family issue. But I think it's interesting.
Now observe his facial expression. Now observe the facial expression of Dylan Burns. Okay, now pay close attention.
Thing that happens on the right that maybe folks on the left don't see, because a lot of times folks see people on the right as being sort of like, oh yeah, you got the masculine man, the submissive woman, the kids, and you just sit there on your laurels. And it can be a kind of torture chamber to be on the right, because there's a puritanism, especially online. So you see me here, I'm talking with you. When I first came and debated, I was doing this, and people accused me of, like I told you, being a Jew, whatever that means, from Hollywood or whatever.
You don't know what being a Jewish means?
But then when my daughter came on, who was at the time 19 and a lovely young lady, they immediately started saying that I was exploiting her. And I said, well, she's a lovely young woman. She's not a child. She's here because she wants to be. And they immediately started, leaping to that I'm exploiting her.
Observe.
I'm sexualizing her. And that there's something wrong with this relationship, because I don't think a lot of people online, you don't often see a nice relationship between a father and his daughter. Daughters, usually are like, I don't want to do this. But my daughter wanted to do this. And so, yeah, I mean, this sort of rumor you know, at a certain point, people are asking me personal questions, asking her highly personal questions, and I was like, no, 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 we're not going there. You don't. I'm not on trial for having a daughter who has a warm relationship with me, and
A
so
warm relationship, huh?
yeah, at a certain point, you know,
Yes, you should be glad you have no context. I don't actually have context, and I'm weirded out.
I think it's people who are envious. A lot of people have themselves difficulties in our time with father figures, and so they have this sort of irrational hatred of anyone who reminds them of a father figure, which I think I do. And
See, are you noticing? Are you noticing a change in the facial expression?
also, especially older women have this anger towards young women because, you know, they've passed their prime, and, you know, this is sort of, I don't know, Freudian kind of dynamic. Plus you throw in like incest porn and the internet being a lot of alienated people, and it just becomes this. I've seen it also independently of that with pedophilia. Almost anyone who seems masculine.
I told you that so far the conversation was boring and chill. I told you. I told you it. I told you before the conversation did not get off the rails. You must you must trust me more. You must trust me, okay? You must trust my words more from now on. Yes, that's true.
It eventually
I
they
mean, what do you say? What do you say? What do you say to that? What are you supposed to say to that?
accused of being a pedophile because if
Do
you say
they?
something like, you don't think there's a
The tone, do they? The worried look. Oh gosh.
it's a witch hunt, which is ironic because
Okay, I want to hear
that's
that
usually
again.
associated with you don't a
I want to
pedophile
hear.
because you if
I want to hear that again.
you
Do
say
they?
something like, you don't think there's it's a witch hunt, which is ironic because that's usually associated with religion. But I actually think when you don't have religion, there's like incredible tendencies to Phariseeism and witch hunts.
Oh boy. You should debate him. I should debate him. I should debate this dude. I don't I'm not sure I want to. Oh my god.
Yeah, I do think that's true. Like, for example, I would say it's not. I've said this.
I
Not
don't think he's aware he's digging his grave. Ugh.
it's not controversial to me that if I'm at a wedding and I'm a middle-aged man, and let's say my niece is there, and she's 7 or 8 years old wearing a pretty dress. If I said to her, "What a pretty dress you have," I bet the boys all chase you around at school, which I would say is flirting, and everyone would. That's the only term.
Is flirting? Wait, is it huh? Is it flirty?
Term for it that shows that I'm a pedophile and I'm defending pedophilia. I think that's ridiculous. I think that's totally normal and healthy. But I've had people say that they were going to kill me because I say that on the internet. I think there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with that kind of Puritanism, Phariseeism, and it's kind of a witch hunt. There's nothing wrong with saying it. In fact, it's
So, but
it'd be really
what
weird
are
if
people?
it'd be really weird if you didn't talk to us, like if you were like scared of a 7-year-old because you're afraid of looking like a pedophile by being friendly in a socially
Oh boy. Oh boy.
normal context.
Oh boy.
What do you mean by, like, I'm sorry, I'm just a little confused as to what people, because people are like just fucking going crazy in chat right now. I'm really confused as to what's going on. What Why are people keep asking me about this warm relationship with your daughter? Like, what is the rumor? What is the thing? What is the thing that I'm very confused. It feels like the only thing people are asking me about.
One of them is grooming. The idea that I groomed her to, you know, you can do the math, to have sexual relations with her.
Well, you don't have
You can do the math.
sex with your daughter, do you?
I've never in any way been. I worked with
Let's listen to the question and let's listen to the response, okay?
kids my whole life. I have sexual relations with her.
Well, you don't have sex with your daughter, do you?
I've never in.
What a hope. Do you? Please say no. The tone was like, please say no.
Any way.
Well, you don't have sex with your daughter, do you?
I've never in any way been. I worked with kids my whole life. I've never in any way been inappropriate with any kid sexually, and I'm not abusive.
Your daughter's an adult, though, right?
I told you, this gets creepy.
My daughter's 21 now.
Gotcha.
She was 19 when she came on the internet, but you know, and then there were problems in our family as well, which like my spouse at the time, her mother
Oh boy.
had difficulties figuring out her position with me, and sort of leaned into this stuff, so that gave fuel to the fire.
Lean into what stuff?
Oh boy.
You know, I think what happened is there was a resentment. It happens, you know, the old Snow White story.
What?
It happens a lot in families that the mother feels threatened by the daughter as she becomes.
Excuse me?
A young woman, and if you're really immature, this can be a crisis for you, and you can, you know, seek to play the victim, and women often do play the victim and blame men.
I'll just unpause for now.
That's a very common thing, and I think it, you know, so I think that sort of happened. It was sort of one of these things where there were insinuations, and where she should have, you know, spoken the truth. She refused to, and then so that people said, well, I know what's going on here. And also, I think there's a line, like I don't really think that like people would say,
what's the line?
When's the last time you had sex? And I would say, none of your business.
Well, yeah, I don't want to. I don't need to know.
I don't tell people whether I'm vaccinated or not. It's none of your business. They want to know how much money I have. It's none of your business. And then, of course, they will say, "Oh, I know what that means," right? And that's actually a sin, and it is also immoral. It's not illegal to jump to conclusions, but if you publish them on the internet, that can be libel. But we all know on the internet it's very hard to prosecute. I've been able to do it once with someone who, because I said, okay, go ahead and say these allegations and I'll respond to them. Then he lost that debate and then published a death threat and also said he was going to kidnap my daughter and her mother publicly. And, you know, I did bring the police into
I told you this conversation will go off the rails. Have I disappointed you? Have I lied? Have I lied to you? Would I ever lie to you about such things? You promise to trust me from now on.
to that, and I think I have a right to, but, you know, there's a kind of sense that the internet, the rules of society don't apply to the internet, so you can say crazy things. And you know, I don't think we figured out where the lines are there. So it's a rumor mill, right? I mean,
got you. So
you've been around. I don't know if
got you. So like all these people like saying you like have a sexual relationship with your daughter is like all that's just made up.
Yeah, I just told you. See, but you can keep. I'm not saying that you're doing that.
You actually didn't. You didn't just tell it. You didn't just say it. You just. Oh my goodness.
But you could keep asking me that. I said
No,
I'm just
confused.
any of my kids inappropriately, nor have any of my kids touched me inappropriately.
How is that inappropriate to ask? So it's all a lie. How is that question inappropriate? Oh, so it's all a lie then. Like it's the easiest thing in the world to just say, yeah, that's a lie. Why would that be inappropriate? I don't just what? Oh, so it's a lie then. Yeah, it's a lie. Like
Okay.
And but it's an interesting family dynamic that came out unintentionally, but
an interesting family dynamic that came out unintentionally. I'm not even sure what that means.
at a certain point, I do think family dynamics, kind of emerge.
Wait, when did we get a Dylan worried emote? Wait, when did that happen? When did we get a Dylan worried emote? Wait, when did that emote appear on the page? Hold on. I didn't see it before on this page. Is it a subscriber one or is it a free one? Is that a default emote or did you just create it? Just now. Oh my god. How worried, Dylan. I see.
When you're a streamer, I imagine you're a single guy, so you don't have this problem. But if you're in you see this all the time with streamers. They bring this problem, but emerge when you're a streamer. I imagine you're a single guy, so you don't have this problem. But if you're in you see this all the time with streamers. They bring their significant other into it. People start saying, this, that, or the other thing. But
yeah,
I do think one of the problems that in the West we've rejected the father is that we make
the father
life very hard for fathers and for men.
Fathers.
Because I think it's sort of part of that rejection is makes its way into family.
I hate that Dylan just asked a quick question and this guy led the whole conversation from there. Dylan would have it let it go with a quick response, but it's like when someone asks me about one of my autism interests and I can't shut up. Yes. He's really selling his case. He thinks if he talks long enough, Dylan will forget about him saying no.
Families. And, you see it a lot in the black community. It's very hard to be a black man because, the culture makes it very hard to. There are many great black fathers, but they don't always.
What the hell are we talking about?
They don't always get boosted. And if they make a mistake, it's very easy for them to get tossed out and assumed that they're, no good. It's a common thing. And I'm not saying they all are good, but that's a right-wing take that I think is true, that I think if there were
a right-wing take. Oh my god, the word. Oh.
Stronger fathers in the black community, that you would have a lot more success and a lot less problems. I don't really think that's very controversial, but money isn't, I think on the left that the idea tends to be we just need more money and more programs. And I think that may be part of it, but I do think you have weakened family structure is problematic.
Problematic is a left-wing word.
I don't know how much. It's so hard to figure out how much of any like minority groups like plight, whether it comes with economic disparity or discrimination or anything, comes from which dynamic, and how much of it comes from like lack of generational wealth. If finding the exact percentages, the exact amount is very difficult.
Yeah.
And when it talks about like fathers not being available in the home, a lot of times it's a problem of fathers being unable to sustain households, mothers being unable to sustain households, which can come from, a lack of education, a lack of work training skills, job training opportunities, job opportunities. Communities slowly rot out to the point that supporting a child in there, even if you want to, it almost feels like a losing fight. Like raising a kid on the south side of Chicago, sounds like a losing fight from the get-go. And once it sounds like a losing fight, people treat it like a losing fight.
Right. You get used to it. Right. Like the Israel-Palestine thing. I think largely in the
What a comparison, right? Now it goes to Israel-Palestine.
West until the Hamas attacks, we just said, it's just, what are you going to do? Right. It's just like Destiny, the streamer.
I'm familiar. Yeah.
I just saw a
familiar
tweet of him where he was saying like, I think this is going to be resolved by genocide, and I pick the Israelis. I'd rather have the Palestinians genocided than the Israelis. I mean, that's a horrible thing, I think.
We're not going to comment on Destiny's takes on Israel-Palestine for now. He did have pretty bad takes on that, but we're not here for Destiny today. I just looked at Dylan's face. He's trying to understand both sides, pain or pain, and it doesn't matter where it comes from. It hurts. Makes you want to quit. I told you to pay attention to the facial expression.
Human being to say, even though he wasn't.
Does he believe that?
Well, I mean, I do think a lot of people say the only way this is ever going, there's going to be peace here.
I find that hard to believe that Destiny would really believe that the Israelis should genocide all the Palestinians.
No, but I think
I'm not gonna comment.
Argument would be that the Palestinians should be resettled in neighboring Arab countries, which is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing. But because I think the Arab countries aren't going to take them for a variety of reasons. I think he's saying like, well, I think this is just going to go this way. I mean, of course,
I remember I disagree with Destiny on a UN vote recently, and we went back and forth on Twitter, but we had a exchange on Twitter about it. But as far as I know, he is against continued settlement expansion and believes in a two-state solution. If you believe in a two-state solution, I don't know how you could believe in ethnic cleansing, because I would assume that two-state solution would include.
Okay, I'm just gonna make this quick comment, okay? This is the only quick comment that I'm gonna say, okay? You can believe in a two-state solution, but you can also believe that the thing that you believe in is unachievable. Those are not actually mutually exclusive positions. You can believe that the best thing would be a two-state solution, but you can at the same time believe in your head that that thing you want is unachievable, and that the only way is for one group to leave or stop existing or whatever. That's possible. It's like, I'm not gonna say Destiny says that right now, but I'm gonna say it is very possible to believe in a solution and at the same time think that that solution is just impossible to implement. There you go. I have squared this circle.
Include Gaza.
Successfully, I might add.
It would include the West Bank. I think from what I know is that Destiny is somebody who's critical of local Arab states like Syria, Lebanon, and other countries in the region, which have had multiple generations of Palestinian refugees born on their lands, but have refused to grant them citizenship.
I got excited because I got a cute sticker thing of Lucy, so I reached for my keyboard and splashed. Oh no! Wait, what's cute sticker? What do you mean a cute sticker thing of Lucy? I want to hear more about. Ah, we'll get more noodles. What sticker? What are you talking about? Ah, hypers. Okay.
Citizenship outside of a few like cases in Jordan, but even in that, even in Jordan, it's extremely difficult as a Palestinian to get Jordanian citizenship.
Also, just saying, all of the assets like the hypers, a lot of the things I draw personally, so you can sort of commission if you want me to draw something as an asset.
Creating a stateless people. Palestinians make up 1/3 of the world's stateless population. As far as I know, that is generally Destiny's position. If Destiny is in favor of just like straight up wiping out the Gaza Strip, pushing off all the Palestinians, I mean that's an endorsement of ethnic cleansing. That would be horrible. I find it hard to believe that Destiny would endorse such a thing.
I don't find it that hard to believe, to be quite honest, but different strokes for different folks.
That's all. Just from what I've heard from him so far.
Well, he kind of goes all over the place, and I'm not going to say I sit there and watch Destiny streams for 6 or 7 hours a day, but I do think, takes a. I mean, you know, maybe he's kidding around. I'm not sure you should be kidding around about ethnic cleansing or genocide if you're attempting to be serious, but you know, you could see the logic of it. Like the logic of genocide is a logic. Sometimes, you know, you sort of lose faith that there's
The
any
talk
solution.
with President Sunday was a bit off the rails as well. But anyway,
Other than eliminating one group of people
that's
or
not
another group of
Dylan's
people.
style.
Of course, as normal human beings, we would say like that's an incredibly despairing position. I think he was taking that, you know, sort of half jokingly. But I think he thinks that if the Gazans could be pushed into Egypt and assimilated into Egyptian society, that he would be in favor of that. And I can see the logic. The Gaza solution is a terrible solution. A concentration camp.
I mean,
endless concentration camp.
I mean, I no frame of reference for Destiny believing that. But I think it would be a terrible solution.
I do have a little bit of frame of a reference, but forget it. We're not here for Destiny. We're not here for Destiny.
I think it would be a terrible. He said that.
I'm just not here for Destiny today. Destiny is a topic for a different segment, different day. We can look into Destiny some other time.
That the Gazans and the Gazans should all leave.
It's intuitive. The idea would be that Palestinians aren't really Palestinians. They're just.
I did hear Destiny say that to him it seems that giving ground to any of the sides necessitates the erasure of the other side. I did hear him say that.
Arabs who happened to be there, that, you know, a lot of them were drawn there by the Israeli the Zionist economic expansion. They haven't been there that long. You know, it's the same kind of argument against like that the Rhodesians had. That was true. Those were largely where Rhodesia was settled was largely empty. There weren't a lot of people there, but a lot of blacks came because of the economic prosperity, and
Racist.
that it's I do think it's the logic of white supremacy, settler colonialism that is so cynical about the idea of people not being able to live together. But I do think that applies to the United States.
Yeah, Destiny is a name best left alone, especially if a smaller creator. I mean, that ship has already sailed. I've talked about Destiny many times, so that ship has sailed. I've talked about Destiny when I was a lot smaller than now, so that's, you know, I even tagged him in some of my videos criticizing him. I'm brave. I am super brave. I had him when I was like a couple hundred subscribers, so I make criticism videos. It's okay. I'm not scared. I'm brave.
States.
I think
well.
part of the reason he believes in a two-state solution, the same reason I believe in a two-state solution, is I don't know if peaceful, direct neighbor to neighbor.
It's just that I really don't want to talk about him right now. Just I've Israel Palestine is already a thing that's been misappropriated. Okay, I don't want to add to that. Don't put his name in the stream titles. His followers will show up and cause chaos. Maybe I should. Maybe I should do the opposite. Maybe I should do a stream about makeup and chilling and put Destiny in the title just for the fun of it.
Existence is possible in the near term, and which is why I think most people believe in a two-state solution instead of like some kumbaya one state secular state where everybody like lives together. And it's not that it's a bad thing. It's
I
just
don't know, some title. How could Destiny do this? Why would Destiny do this? Why would Destiny say such a thing or something and then just throw it out to the wild? We're gonna do it. That's a plan for the next stream.
I don't know if that's like practical after the Nakba, after the massacres, after the bombings, after everything. If it's practical, I mean, you can look. I mean, just look at the West Bank or look at Jerusalem and the violence that goes on.
He said, "What?"
Yeah, I mean but if you take Zionism out of the equation,
only if you're sure you can ignore them when they show up. LOL. I mean, I can only ignore them if I have, I don't know, other people than them to not ignore.
Arabs, who are often Muslims, but sometimes Christians, like Muslims, Christians, and Jews have been able
Makeup can change you, Destiny. True.
to live in relative peace together. It's not a terrible. It's not kumbaya to say like these peoples can live together in relative peace. And I do think actually in Europe, the Jewish minority, despite the enormous tensions.
Okay, listen to this. This is gonna be the take of the night. It is night here. This is gonna be the take of the night. So prepare yourselves because, oh boy, you're about to hear a take.
Lived in relative peace until modern Europeans abandoned, their Christian heritage, and
Christianity was the source of safety for Jewish people historically. What a take. Oh boy.
And turn to these, racial theories which cause this.
I don't know. I mean, I feel
unprecedented problem.
There was a lot of murdering of Jews in like Spain.
What about the Spanish forceful conversion to Christianity, huh?
Spain and in other countries, and
it wasn't just murder in Spain, it was forceful conversion.
Pogroms across much of, for example, the Orthodox world and the Russian Tsardom, very religious country. I mean, the Russians and
the pogroms in the Orthodox world and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth under the Khmelnytsky uprising, it was much more complicated than just religion. I'll just put it out there. That was a lot more complicated, and it was related to the relationship that Jewish people had with the nobles. So, you see, it's a curse. Knowing history is a curse because nuance enters the picture. So it didn't have anything to do with the Orthodox thing when it came to the Cossacks and the Khmelnytsky uprising. It was much more complicated than that.
Russian nationalist authors at the time believed that Russia was really one of the only true Christian societies pushing it back against the Western Enlightenment degenerate West and the Russian idea. And they were also the ones who were particularly the most violent at the time in Europe towards the Jews and pogroms and stuff. I don't really think the Christians, whether they're Christians or not, has an impact on the anti-Semitism. Definitely at that age. I mean,
it had a negative impact, so make of that what you will. Historically, Christianity had just a negative impact on,
anti-Semitism.
So you wouldn't say the introduction of Christianity historically...
The blood label was tied to Christianity.
Brought peace in a barbarous...
No. What do you mean? Wars were waged all the time.
Like bloodthirsty. I mean, see, I think that's one of the problems of the left. It's true. It was a revolution. It wasn't perfect. It didn't create a utopia, but it's the only movement in history which has made... I mean, the barbarism, the constant conflicts were largely quelled, and you had...
What? Except for all the wars in Europe,
Had, Pax Christiana. You had a relatively peaceful... and at least the ideal...
This is what happens when an illiterate person starts talking about history. You get this. You get exactly this. What the hell am I listening to? What am I being subjected to?
Of Christian society are pretty hard to beat. We don't always live up to them, but I don't know that secularism has proven itself to be superior. It's been a bloodbath, right? The 20th century has been a bloodbath. It stands out.
Yep, sounds like my stepdad, honestly. LOL.
Like night and day from the previous centuries when we turned away from God and turned to our own personal utopias, and it's just
our own personal utopias.
Unbelievable, the history.
Well, I mean, in
my opinion,
I think there is a difference between like a bunch of nation states or a bunch of people of the same belief, of the same background, who believe in the same religious interpretation, living with each other, and what a secular society would do, which is saying everybody can live with each other of varying religions and faiths, and the state will not favor any religion or faith and will allow people to practice freely.
I mean, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was Christian, but also allowed people of different faiths to just practice, and it wasn't exactly a secular country, so...
The difference here is obviously if everybody agrees on religion and faith, then there's not going to be as much tension. There's not going to be as much problems between communities when it comes to religion and faith. There's still going to be some issues, but it's not going to be as plentiful. But the Christians still found a way. The Russians still found a way with the Orthodox Church and their view of they're the true Christians of the Orthodox world. The Catholics, the Protestants. So they still found a way to fight over things like that or other things outside of faith. But I would say secular societies have been generally more respecting of people's religious, of different religious varieties, and have created more prosperous societies overall.
The Soviet Union? The National Socialists?
The National Socialists were not exactly super secular.
You would call the National Socialists a secular?
Absolutely. It was a rejection of Christianity and a return to sort of paganism.
Paganism is a form of religion, you numbnut.
Is that what secularism is? It's a return to... I didn't know.
Paganism, yes. Secularism is when returned to paganism. Amazing.
Secularism was a return to secularism, as far as I'm aware, because I'm a secular humanist, right? That's what I would call myself. But as far as I was always aware, secularism is when...
And yes, the church apparently sent Hitler a birthday cake every year.
The state does not favor religion and says that we're going to treat the religions equally and not favor one when it comes to legislation and how we rule. I don't think...
Govern. The term is govern, not rule.
That Nazi Germany would be exactly
I'm not sure if rule is like the correct term here.
Paradigm of like secular humanist values.
Well,
and yes, there is actually a difference between govern and rule.
It's interesting because, like, I saw you with it's tricky when Andrew. I didn't totally agree with his thing, Andrew Wilson's thing with Matt Dillahunty, and but
Hello.
there is this kind of way in which, like, it's very hard to define humanism or secularism or something like feminism. It depends what you mean by it, but
Feminism and all the other isms.
generally speaking, it comes from the word secula, which would be in Latin the world, right? Like a turning from the spiritual to the world. And, like, I think I heard you say something like, well, isn't science a better guide to human society than some book that was written or whatever, some book that some people proposed as whatever. Okay, so
well, no, my problem was that Andrew seemed to be responding to Matt Dillahunty by saying, "What do you base any of your stuff off of? You're basing it off of nothing. You're basing it off of nothing." I was like, I don't think that, like, scientific testing and looking at the physical world and having peer review in order to try to get a better understanding is nothing. If I was able to scientifically prove that humans descended from like apes or descended from this or descended from that or whatever, then I have something that I'm basing my interpretation off of.
Right, but if you want to say, then what do we do? If you were to take Darwinism, which has been disproven as a theory, but leave that aside.
What is Darwinism? What is that theory?
Let's just say we all accept Darwinism.
Wait, when you say Darwinism, do you mean like evolution? Like evolution has been disproven?
Yeah, they're gonna argue evolution now. This is good opportunity, and I am asking, how do you feel? And if I may, what is the difference between Israel, Hamas war versus Russia and Ukraine? I don't know, Russia bad, IDF and Hamas bad. You're asking me how I'm feeling in general right now? Are you asking me how I'm feeling in general? Or what are you asking me? What is your question? Can you rephrase your question, please?
Darwinism with genetic mutation as its mechanism for how species evolve over time.
That's right. They're gonna debate evolution now. I should have debates. Should Lucy debate? I'm feeling pretty okay. I've been having. It's been a mixed bag lately when it comes to how I felt, but I feel like it's okay right now. Also, Israel, Hamas. Okay, Israel versus Israel-Russia war is Russia basically doing what it's been doing for hundreds of years, trying to invade and annex its neighbors. And if it had its way, it would go all the way up to Poland. It would just recreate the Russian Empire. And Hamas is Israel basically being an apartheid state and denying the Palestinian people their sovereignty and self-determination. That's the situations. And then there was a terrorist attack, which I will sadly say, I, in a weird way, sort of predicted this sort of thing would happen. Because let's remember, we see debate as beneath a woman of such stature as you. Thank you. Let's remember that before the Hamas attack happened, Israel was in the middle of a protest. Does anybody still remember that Israel was engulfed in a protest? And that soldiers actually said that they would refuse to serve or something? And I remember thinking distinctly, wait, Israel is pretty destabilized right now. And Hamas still exists. So what if a terrorist attack happened in the near future or something? And lo and behold, it did. So in a weird way, I sort of predicted the attack. And now we have the retaliation, and now we have horrible genocidal situation going on in Israel. Like a lot of international organizations are at this point saying that Israel is moving towards a genocide, basically. You know?
Proven, but let's just say it hasn't. Okay, it's compatible. Catholics can.
Okay, I just
So this is my answer for now.
just want to make sure we both clarify that evolution as a concept has not been disproven scientifically.
No, it's not.
I mean, evolution can mean different things. Like the idea that like
So weaselly, just like with the daughter thing. Everything can mean different things. Quick reminder that Israeli people hate Ben Netanyahu. Yeah. Like I'm reading a pretty Israel biased book right now, and even in the Israel biased book, the author calls Netanyahu a fascist. So if a pro-Israeli author does that, then you can safely come to a conclusion that Netanyahu might just be a fascist. Just saying.
light-skinned people moved out of Africa, and that they're
Light-skinned people moved out of Africa. I don't know what to say to that one. I just don't.
there's genetic process by which lighter skin was favored. I mean, no one's going to argue with that, right?
Well,
I mean,
no, but I'm talking like, at one point it was
Lighter skinned people in Africa. Why would there be lighter skinned people in Africa? That makes no sense on any level.
a fish, and the fish grew legs, fish became giraffe, like evolution.
yeah, microevolution even within species. The whole
Microevolution. That brings me back to debates about evolution from 1 billion years ago on YouTube. That brings me so back. Oh boy.
like this
Microevolution.
bird evolved a longer beak, or
Yeah, we have evidence of that. We have direct evidence of that from
that's called microevolution. Yeah, there's no
Microevolution. I can't. Are we going back to 2000, I don't know, 9 now? Is that where we're at? 2009 evolution debates?
doubt about it. Yeah, no doubt about
That is just revolution. That is just evolution, yes.
it. But to extrapolate and say that, like, yeah, a cat became a dog.
Nobody said that a cat became a dog. That once again, that's a
Is actually
2009 debate about evolution level of argumentation. We're back. History rhymes, as George Lucas said. History rhymes. It repeats itself. It's like poetry. It rhymes. Are you telling me that a tree became a human?
has the and through genetic mutation is completely at a dead end. That does not.
I don't know if
possible
anybody ever said a
genetic.
cat became a dog, but
A cat became a dog.
it is true that like different animals descended from, other animals.
True. A cat became a dog. And a dog became a cat. Yes.
And they evolved into different animals.
Well, that's what you say, but yeah, I mean, different types
That's
of
what
cats.
most of the scientific community says.
Actually, the evolutionary biology. I just invite you to look at that. It's a problem. I'm not saying that
I invite you to do your own research.
they've run into an impasse because
Do your own research, Dylan. Do your own research.
the idea of these genetic mutations taking place that could make a leap from one species to another is untenable, which doesn't mean it's disproven.
What do you mean,
It's
like,
just-
make a leap? Because there's not like at one point there was a cat and the next day like it gave birth to a dog. No,
Can you prove it, Dylan? But can you prove it? How do you know? How do you know a cat did not give birth to a dog one day? Immoral, you immoral man. Why should I even trust you if you're a highly immoral and whatever your sounding says man? Why should I trust you on this? Give me one good reason. Oh, yes, a deeply corrupt and evil man. There you go. Why should I trust that deeply corrupt and evil man? I just, I don't, I don't see, you know?
I don't think anybody makes that claim. But I think the claim is
No.
that over multiple generations and small mutations and a bunch of micro evolution, which we both are acknowledging is possible, is that through a bunch of micro evolutions, it becomes a macro evolution. Like if my nose becomes a little bit longer, or my fingers
Then
become
you become Pinocchio.
a little bit longer for whatever reason, because of humans, it's beneficial for us. Then through time, through thousands upon thousands of years, thousands upon thousands of generations of little
I mean,
birds.
it's saying because it's beneficial is not exactly accurate either, okay? It's basically just slowly adapting to the environment, but it's not always with the whole it's beneficial. It's, you know? Because even the word it's beneficial, even the term it's beneficial sort of implies that there's some sort of direction and intent behind it, the intent of it being beneficial, and that's not exactly how that works either, you know? Does that make sense?
Burnses, right? Dylan Burns, little Burnses in the future, we're gonna have a macro evolution of humans looking very different in the future.
Well, if you look at it specifically, so you having, let's say I'm tall, right?
Little Burnses in the future.
And people of my area generally tend to be tall. I'm mostly from Western Norway. Why were we favored? I don't know. But like, let's say light skin is favored, but that's a genetic variation within the human genome, right? That's not a mutation. There are lighter and darker skinned people in Africa, and you can see that over time, lighter skin is favored. But that's not the mechanism.
Where's the creationist? A strange person. Hello, Zanak.
That was proposed by neo-Darwinism. It was the idea of genetic mutations, which would cause big leaps, like going from not having eyes to having eyes, which can't be gradual. And so the idea was, well,
big leaps.
Maybe there were, because there's so many chances for genetic mutations.
Read a book. I've got an advice for you. Read a book. I like to read books. Read a book. It'll help you.
Do happen, and sometimes they can be beneficial. But the idea that this is an explanatory mechanism, there aren't enough chances in the
The idea that a dog became a cat.
Entirety of like biological existence to like be able to like that the odds could ever happen, even like two things at the same time could happen.
Exactly. If you have a watch, then who was the watchmaker? We're back here again. We're all the way back here again. We've looped. History has looped.
So, leaving that aside, though, let's just take it for granted that that's...
Anyway, why are they discussing evolution in a discussion about Israel-Palestine? Oh yeah, and this person's name is Ben Thorpe Aka Abel. You know? What a wild ride.
That's what it was. However, exactly it happened. The science wouldn't necessarily dictate that social Darwinism was wrong. In fact, you could say, Darwin's nephew was a social Darwinist, and that the ideas of the National Socialist Party were largely founded on a kind of Darwinian survival of the fittest. From death comes life. Science doesn't tell you that the Nazis were wrong, and that secular liberalism is right. You see what I mean? It's even if you take it.
Here we go. In my biology study, one of my teachers said evolution is blind. There's no theology, no design. Yeah, of course there's not. That's why I would actually say we should avoid even saying that X is beneficial, because it sort of implies that evolution has the goal of things being beneficial, but it doesn't.
If anything, I think Darwinism leads to violent clashes, because it seems to say the mechanism for the progress of evolution is competition and death. So for the National Socialists to say, like, so our branch of this needs to continue evolving by fighting against populations. You see what I'm saying? Like, science doesn't say that's wrong. Doesn't say anything about it.
Because science doesn't concern itself with what's good or wrong. I mean, you have the study of ethics, which does concern itself with what's good or wrong.
Science doesn't say it's right. Science doesn't make a moral statement. Your science and morality, like, I can believe in all the correct science, or we could all both believe in all the correct science and have completely different moral interpretations of it.
Right. It doesn't give you anything. But I mean, certain things, like, for example, the discovery of the conception of a sperm.
But I will say that, like, science does inform my morality. For example, science has shown that, like, homosexuality is not something that is only been demonstrated in human beings. It's been demonstrated in other mammals as well, of different variations. And showing that it's also in nature does give some inclination or some evidence towards the fact that, the gays aren't faking it for fun.
I mean, that's a flawed argument I never liked this argument. I never liked this argument of gay people are just born that way so that they cannot help it. I think it's a flawed argument, because you can just, on a moral quote unquote level, you can just counter it with saying, oh, okay, those people are just defective and therefore immoral. Even if they can't help it, they're just defective and therefore they are just born immoral. What now? You could say that, technically speaking. They're just born immoral. They're inherently immoral. So what now? I don't think it should matter. I think it should be perfectly fine even if it would be 1,000,000,000% choice, 1,000,000,000% just, I just find it fun. I just no, there are no animals that are gay. They're just humans that are gay, and they all chose it. It should be fine, in my opinion.
That's a tricky one, because I don't think
I just don't think that it's in nature and people can't help. I don't think it's a strong argument. That's it.
Nature generally.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, biologically, if you understand the reproductive system, homosexuality sort of doesn't make sense. Science.
Because once you get really into the whole people can't help it or something, like they are born like this, then you also have to understand that basically it leads to the logic of homosexuality is still bad, but it just cannot be helped, which means it continues into the other dangerous sort of logic, is that if there was an effective conversion therapy which would ungay a person, then it would be okay. Which, you know, I don't think should be a thing we should advocate for, probably, right?
Scientifically, right?
Does that make
You're not
sense?
going to reproduce if it's the reproductive system. Homosexuality and the idea of genetics that we've discovered seems to argue against the idea that it would be passed down, because you would have to say reproductively
Okay.
it would be a
You know
homosexual
what I
gene would
mean.
be counterproductive, right? So it's complicated.
Well, I mean,
And
there's
just
other
because something
explanations outside of the gay gene. A lot of scientists propose that during the gestation period, while a mother is pregnant with a child, that the hormones that they're exposed to within the body could be something that affects the sexuality of the child when they come out.
Sure.
And one of the things that people point to is the fact that twins that are born by the same mother are more likely to both be homosexual.
When they come out of the closet, bam, bam, boom, bonk. When they come out.
Yeah.
If one is homosexual, they're likely to be both homosexual.
More likely
than
random. Yeah, sure. So you could have something like a
Random
genetic
sexual.
predisposition, but like I you know, it's like saying rape. There's rape genes. So if you're raped, you should abort the child because that's a rape gene that's being passed on. I think we would say it's much more complicated. Human behavior, especially sexual behavior, aggression.
God, I
But
hope I
you
don't have the
prob-
rape gene. That sounds terrible.
Well, it would probably, I would imagine, be affiliated with high testosterone, right? I mean, and also predilection.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now look at the expression. Now look at the expression. Now observe the expression. Now observe. I told you. I told you about this.
towards violence would be
Okay, we're gonna rewind this because this was like a moment.
correlated testosterone, right?
Terrible.
Well, it would probably, I would imagine, be affiliated with high testosterone, right? I mean, and also predilection towards violence would be
The shock. I told you this was wild. I told you this would get off the rails.
correlated somewhat with high testosterone. I think a lot of
boy.
people in prison have an genetic or abnormality of an extra X chromosome, whatever that's called, which causes them to have higher testosterone, which would cause more aggression. So, yeah, there's something there, but I'm not sure that science endorses like the secular homosexual agenda. It's a
Secular homosexual agenda. Oh boy.
stretch. Prima facie, science would, our understanding of the reproductive system would say, of course, this is a violation of the reproductive system.
In a violation of the reproductive. You mean it doesn't reproduce people?
Reproductively, these acts are not reproductive, right?
Yeah.
And also, like in the pro-life movement, you could say the church didn't have a clear teaching as to when life began, but we have definitively scientifically proven that human life begins at conception. So the idea of the whole, like, it's a clump of cells, maybe it's just whatever. It's a human life at conception. No one can argue that anymore.
No, putting aside the fact on whether even if it was a choice of homosexuality would be like immoral, I do.
True. Even if it was a choice, it would be perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. It's okay to be gay and have fun in the sun.
Think that if we can prove that it is not a
Butt plugs. Butt plugs.
choice and then people are exposed to certain things even before their birth, or that they're unable to control. Like by the time somebody, and even if it is something that is caused by their environment, I think it's probably a combination of both factors. Agreed. Like during that gestation period, and as well as like environmental factors that are completely out of the control of the person in question. I didn't control like whatever could have influenced any me to have certain feelings towards men or certain feelings towards women when I was 5 years old. I had no control, no idea. And so if we can agree on something like that, then that could inform somebody's morality on deciding how do we legislate these communities, how do we deal with
I mean, some people will just say they're born defective and should be ostracized. That would be some people's. Oh, thank you for the tier 1.
these communities. Are we accepting towards these communities, or are we not accepting towards these communities?
Yeah, but also you could say something like pedophilia.
Wait, what are you talking about? You speaking from experience, Lucy? Sounded a little confident there. Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Also comes from those origins. It may be a combination of genetic and environmental factors, but we it's not clear. I think all those, I don't, who would choose to be a pedophile, right? Who had normal sexual inclinations. I think this.
I cannot believe. Stop it, please.
Same used to be true of homosexuality, largely still is. There's a lot of downsides to it. So I would agree these things happen, but then the question is, should we as a society champion them? Or transgenderism is another big one. Should we champion these things and say this is like wonderful, normal, or even wonderful, or even better than, or should we say
well, I would say when it comes to pedophilia, the difference being, of course, is that
it causes harm to people. That's the difference. That's the only difference we need. It causes harm to children. That's it. You don't need anything else. You don't need anything else. Transgenders mentioned. Yes, I've been called out. Should I be celebrated? Should I be called? Should my lifestyle be, I don't know.
If somebody was to act upon those things, the damage to a young child is much more than between two consenting adults who both want to have a sexual interaction.
Also, by the way, because I still have not... Thank you for the tier 1. Because I have not sued my parents yet, okay? If I were to be with a girl now, that would be, in the light of the law, treated like a heterosexual thing. But once I sue my parents in court and change my documents, then in the eyes of the law, I will become lesbian, and vice versa. If I were to be with a man right now before the change of my documents, I would be gay. But the wonders of the law and of suing my parents and changing my documents would turn me straight. So that's how it works. A court order can turn you straight in Poland.
Because they're attracted to each other, right? I think the damage that is done to the child is a lot more, number one, it's more harmful to them psychologically, and a child cannot consent. Anybody under the age of 18, I mean, it's not like 18, of course, is not a magic number, but a 5, 7, 8-year-old cannot consent. And
but I don't know that that's the only factor. I'm not sure that's the only, because people can.
But what are the other factors then? I would say that is the only one that matters.
I
all sorts of horrendous things.
putting aside the fact that, of course, that's a major difference that I want to make a distinction of, because I just want to show that these are two very different things, and there's a history of the equivocation of pedophilia and homosexuality in the United States.
A very big history, and not I don't think it's just in the United States as well. Unfortunately.
And I just want to make sure that that equivocation is not made. I will say that when it comes to pedophiles, understanding what creates a pedophile, both from environmental and genetic factors, whatever it could be, I do think it's important to make sure that we are able to treat these people and to stop them from acting upon those things before they act upon those things, so they can get psychological help to both protect children and to stop and to bring down offending rates. So,
but see, now when you say that, if you say that in a right-wing space, they will say you're a pedo defender, and those people should have a bullet to their brain. And see, then they'll say you're a pedophile. See, that's
Oh, good thing that Dylan is not right-wing then, I guess.
See, that's what happens when you get a hysteria. Now, of course, that's common sense. And that also, when they do go for that help, that you don't immediately put them on a list, because then they'll never go for that help, right? So there has to be this sort of liberalism about things like that, because...
Thank you. Space Stacy.
Right, and at the same time, if they act on it, because
said that are my Nazi friends.
I don't think there's anything morally wrong with having what I would say are clearly disordered, but whether they're gay, transgender, or pedophilic are
that's so bad faith. Whether or not they're gay, trans, or pedophile.
Disordered, they're unnatural. None of them are necessarily
wait,
choice.
let's not use the word unnatural, because these are things that naturally occur. We've seen homosexuality in other forms of like mammals. These are naturally occurring. When we say it's unnatural, it's almost like, you know, it didn't. If it's naturally occurring, it's.
I don't care for the term unnatural. Okay, cell phones are not natural. Streaming is not natural. I really don't care for this term.
Natural.
No,
I don't care for the term unnatural.
Well, okay, so now you get into a thing of when I was a kid, we had in nearby a zoo, and there were polar bears. And what animals do in confinement is often, although it's natural, like the male polar bear ate the kids that he had with the female polar bear. Okay. Is that natural? And that also can occur in nature. I mean, horrendous things.
I mean, yes. Animals eating their babies is a natural thing that happens. I'm sorry, just because you don't like it, it doesn't make it unnatural. Yeah, yes, actually. And ironically, yes. Like, what is this? Natural does not mean good. Natural just means it happens in nature. The word natural is not a synonym of the word good.
Can happen in nature that we wouldn't want to say, you know, of course, most animals, it looks like, rape each other, right? There's no whining and
duck rape is duck.
I feel called out for some reason.
Duck rape is natural. I mean, it's horrible, but it is natural. It's naturally.
Yeah, I have a male.
Oh boy.
I have a male dog. He had, you know, high testosterone. Well, I think he had high testosterone. He would go to the dog park, and he was not interested.
That feels like a short material. But he's actually right about the ducks. Actually, unfortunately, he's correct about the duck thing. Dylan is actually correct about the duck thing.
Consent. That doesn't mean that I think that we should take his behavior in a dog park and say it's natural, and therefore rape is natural. You see, that's called the naturalistic fallacy, I believe. That's called.
Okay, so how would you
can't make a shirt of this? Okay. Okay, down. It would be a very unmonetized one.
call something natural and not natural?
So then so then we look at human nature, right, which is different than animal nature. And then you run into the problem, well, who determines what's natural? And you do run into this problem. But
Here, that's the neat part. You don't.
we generally in the West understand that
Because
we
I
don't
was always
look
of
to
the,
the animal
of the
kingdom.
idea that if it's natural, that means it's naturally occurring, right? It occurs naturally. It is not like artificially introduced. Like we're going in there and making people gay and like turning them into homosexuals outside of
Well-
like what is naturally occurring. Even though across multiple societies we do have evidence of like homosexuality historically across different species of mammal, we have different examples of homosexuality of different variations. Some of them monogamous, some of them not non-monogamous.
Yeah.
So I would say that to me has always been my definition of nature. Is it's
well, you run
naturally
into
occurring.
a problem if the National Socialists would look at like, you know, a very strong, what is it called, pride of lions, who would like push
I
out
don't care about National Socialists, believe it or not.
another pride of lions who would starve to death and say, well, that's natural. The stronger beat out the weaker, establish dominance, and expand
That
their
is
territory.
natural.
That is
But
natural.
That doesn't mean it's
Okay, but-
good. You can say something is natural and
True.
bad if you want to. For example, I think like getting diseases is natural. Like these are naturally occurring diseases. Like these are natural diseases. They're still bad, and you should do your best to counter that.
Well, you have to run into a bigger problem here, which is like, where did bad things come from at all, right? Like, because we all would say there are things like diseases, pain, and suffering, and you run into a problem that whether you're religious or not, you're going to have a solution to, which is where did things go wrong and how is it that they went wrong? For Christians, we say that's, you know, the fall, original sin. Secular people will have to say something like the patriarchy. What I'd like to propose to you is that we all have a religion. If we take religion to mean an explanatory worldview. And while there are different versions of secularism, I think you probably represent a kind of mainstream Western secular where it's at now.
Western degeneracy. You represent the
Which is different than where it was
Global homo.
before. I don't know. It sounds like you're not quite the most extreme. I think you would say, you know.
I mean, I would consider myself a secular humanist, a globalist. I think that that secularism that has been built in the West is something that should be protected.
Yeah, and depending on what version of the West you're talking about, whether you're talking about, you know, Russia, is Russia part of the West?
No.
Is Eastern Europe part of the West?
That's a good question. Is Eastern Europe part of the West?
America the definition
Am I a
of like
Westerner?
I don't like the term the
bastion
West.
of-
I use it because I don't like the term the West that much. The only reason I use it is because other people understand it. And I like to communicate
Yeah,
with people
it's
the
largely
terminology they
misunderstood.
understand.
Good. I don't like the term the West either, to be quite honest.
because the West is made up of conservatives, liberals. I don't know what you would say the ruling elites, what their ideology that you hear on CNN. I don't know. There's just a mixture. It's hard to define that, but there is a kind of I get it. A typical young person who finds them as liberal will usually have a certain set of values. And I would say that's effectively a religion. And religion has to answer three questions. Where did we come from? What should we do now to be happy? And where does this all go?
Can I
And
ask,
I actually don't think secularism offers a good solution.
where
to
do we
those
all
questions.
go? I mean,
Where does it all go? What is this all for? What's the purpose?
I think you'd probably would find your own purpose in life. I found my own purpose. I think everybody can find their own purpose. I think it's kind of like I don't know if you know sandbox game. It's you kind of create your own purpose. You create your own meaning in the world. For a lot of people, that's an unsatisfactory answer because people kind of want like a secret door where it's like the purpose of life is to worship this God or the purpose of life is to do this thing. And
something bigger than you.
I think that would that type of simplistic answer would be very nice. It'd be lovely if I had that type of answer for myself as well. If I could open a book and be like, "Oh my God, I've got everything figured out. I know what I'm doing with my life." There's a certain sense of security and comfort that it provides people.
Blah 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 blah. No, it doesn't actually. Religious people are also full of doubt. Like religious people keep doubting. But what if it's all BS? So even that comfort is sort of brittle. For 100 likes, thank you everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
But I find the idea of, you know, creating your own meeting pretty beautiful. I like that. I
think that's great as well. Like that you can sort of forge your own path in life as long as you live. To sort of give to the world what you can. Which hopefully I will be able to do.
the idea of being able to.
But that's obviously a cope. You would love to know that.
No. That's okay. I'm gonna strongly oppose this bullshit. What is cope? Like forging your own purpose, forging your own destiny. That's actually having a spine, having, you know, the courage to actually face the world as it is. What is cope is believing that there is this soothing magical force that guarantees that everything will be okay no matter what. That's the cope. There's no cope in actually accepting the world as it is and deciding that you will be the person that will choose the terms on which you will live in this world. That's the opposite of cope, actually.
But there is a meaning.
Well, it depends. What if I
you said yourself
maybe it'd be comforting if it was good, but if I found a meaning and the meaning of life was to exterminate this group of people, or if my meaning of life was to go out and struggle to death and create the greatest war. Like, what if I found out that meaning of life was just some awful, horrific, disgusting thing?
Also, this.
Like everybody,
sure, yeah, you can get it wrong.
I mean, no. What if it's not getting?
What does that mean? You can get it wrong. That implies that there is an objectively correct way to get it. Hello, Bill Portley.
Wrong. What if it's the meaning of life is just a horrible, horrible thing?
Well, I mean,
for example, you know, the Aztecs used to like sacrifice people and like chop off their heads or whatever the fuck and like cut out their. What if we all die and you find out like, nah, they were right the whole time. You should have sacrificed 20 children and you'd be going to heaven. Sorry.
It's true.
Yeah, I understand.
Should have, could have, would have. Bam.
Right, but that has like we have that's a little. I think it was a little more complicated than that, but I think there was a death cult there, and
maybe the meaning of life is to do a death cult. Maybe that's the meaning of life.
There have been groups of people who have pursued religions that are demonic, and I would say a national.
Maybe demonic religions are you get the drill.
Socialists were, and at some points the Russian Soviet system was, and the Maoist system was as well.
Demonic?
Well, okay, I want to put it in secular terms. Destructive?
Satanic. Maybe destruction is the meaning of okay, I'll stop now.
I would say anti-theist. I could say that, like, I don't know if Nazi Germany would be anti-theist because the Nazi Germans worked with churches all the time, but the Soviets, you could say,
it's not really true.
They did work. They did work with. I said they worked with churches. They worked with the church,
though,
and they used
Hitler got birthday cake from the church.
Depends, because the neo-paganism, the problem with the neo-paganism is I feel like a lot of times it's over-exaggerated. There was, within the Nazi elite, there was a neo-paganism, but throughout the whole society, the church still ruled, it still dominated, and the conservative factions of the church aligned themselves with the National Socialist Party.
Some did.
Much of it.
I mean, the Vatican did, from what I know.
Did. I mean, once they took power, like for many of them, they were like, well, we already disagree with the socialists. We already disagree with the communists and the social democrats. I'm going to align ourselves with this guy because this guy is railing against some of the groups that we don't like and is promising to protect some version of like traditional values.
Right.
And during Hitler's rule, I mean, the church did see, of course, a lot of interference from the state, but the church was able to maintain itself and function until the end of the Reich.
Right. Now, I think the Catholic, this is controverted now, but the Catholic Church has a remarkable record of being on the right as far they have
No, it does not.
having the correct position vis-a-vis the National Socialists. Sure, they worked with them, but they were at the end of World War II. You know, the Pope was proclaimed one of the great champions of the Jewish people for all of the Jews who were saved from the concentration camps, and that the church, not every single Catholic, but largely, and of course Hitler was technically a Catholic. He was baptized Catholic, but I don't think obviously he was not a practicing Catholic. But it is true that So, but I'm just saying that all we have is competing worldviews. You would admit that, and that a religious worldview is competing with other worldviews. And I just think, for me, and I wasn't always religious, but religion. When you say it makes you comfortable, you can tell kids they're going to heaven.
So it's cope. That's definitionally cope. You can tell your kids stories that everything will be okay. You can cope.
That life is meaningful. I don't know why anyone wouldn't say that. Sounds terrific. Every hair on my head is numbered by my heavenly Father. He's merciful. He died on the cross for me. It's terrific. I don't know why anyone.
It's cope. You said that choosing your own purpose is cope, and then you've given the biggest description of cope that exists ever.
Says like, no, and I guess it's kind of cynicism or something. But everything that occurs to me, like me talking with you, I would say comes from the hand of God. For some reason, we're brought together to have this conversation on this night, and I don't know all the answers, but like, in other words, life is pregnant with meaning.
Life is pregnant. There you have it. You've heard it here first. Life is pregnant.
And it's personal. It's like your Father who loves you puts you in sometimes tricky positions. Don't you see? I mean, you must see the appeal.
I understand the appeal of having somebody dictate to you.
True, I understand the appeal of being able to just cope about bad things, but that's just it. That's just cope.
The meaning you're supposed to get out of life. I mean, that's what it is. That not what the faith does?
No. Like, in other words, your guy happened to like connect with me and on this night, and you've had whatever you've had during this day, and I wait a half hour. Like, what does the Bible tell me something about that? No, it's just, life. I know that God is putting me in this situation for my good, for your good, and all of our goods, and even the people in Gaza. I think it's tremendously consoling to say the Lord is with us. And doesn't mean you shouldn't do anything or you should celebrate the experiences you're having, but it is tremendously consoling, and keeps you from anger, bitterness, loneliness, and alienation, which I think are the problems of your generation. Like the sense of meaninglessness. You could say I create my own meaning, but I mean that gets you only so far, I mean, and nobody.
I mean, it gets you far enough. It gets you far enough to live a fulfilled life, and that's fulfilling life. And I don't think you need any more than that. It gets you far enough. That's what I will say.
He really thinks that's meaning.
What do you mean by that? I mean, like, that only gets you so far. If
it gets you far enough.
I dedicate myself to a cause, or I find meaning in my life through the documentation of history or whatever it might be. Why is that like not a for me? That's a satisfactory answer. I mean, for me, the reason I do the work I do is because I'm I'm willing to risk quite a lot because I believe in it. I believe in the mission that I have.
Sure. Sure. But I'm not saying that there's no meaning or you can't be an artist who makes beautiful art, but I'm just saying what kind of worldview do you put that in? Like
you put it in a worldview of not being a coward. There you go. I've answered. Once again, Lucy Haza has the answer. You put it.
I mean, every atheist, you know, let's say your grandmother dies, like, so what do I make of that? Like, is that just it? And that's going to be me too, and she gets buried in the ground?
I mean, unfortunate, but yes. I mean, you have the memories of your grandmother. In a way, your grandmother is with you, depending on your relationship, of course. Part of your grandmother is now with you. For your memories, for the time you shared. You know?
And that's just it. And then if I have kids, I tell them, like, well, grandma's just in the dirt.
Grandma's gone, yeah. She's no more. But I can tell you kids about her. I can tell you about how she was, how about our shared experiences, about our shared good times. And you can sort of know her through that, but that's basically it, yeah. You know? Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. It makes sense to me.
You have to understand
all good
that
things come to an end.
Unsatisfying. Well, that's exactly the opposite of Christianity, right? All good things never end. And you have to understand at least that's
which is not cope at all. Oh no, good things never come to an end. That's definitely not cope. Oh no. It's cope to choose your own purpose, but saying that good things never end, no, that's yeah. Okay.
Very appealing.
Yeah, it's very appealing. I think that's why people believe it.
Yeah, right.
Because it's appealing.
But isn't that the nature of life? That it's ridiculous. Like beautiful. I assume. I'm not.
I got a raid. Not so erudite. Thank you for the raid of 60. I appreciate it.
Not so erudite. It called me a white chicken. I still remember that.
Like let's say I assume you're heterosexual, but like whatever it is.
I actually wonder if Not So Erudite would raid me. I mean, the thing with Not So Erudite is very strange because I always say that I am the #1 presence on the orbiter. But I didn't really have a bad thing with Not So Erudite, so it just becomes a bit. You know what I mean? I feel like I don't know. I've had a good I've made a good impression in that affirmative action panel.
I'm not.
Yes, he did.
I'm bisexual.
Okay, so well, let's just say for me, beautiful women are very attractive, and I want to have sex with them. Like, and you could say, well, yeah, sure, that sounds good, but like,
bisexual.
Yeah, what's the problem? If something's attractive, and you know what I mean? Like, why should life be? Why wouldn't you take the Kool-Aid, and I know you'll call it Kool-Aid, spaghetti.
Why wouldn't you take the D?
Monster daddy in the sky. Why wouldn't you take that? Because it actually makes sense, more sense than this other view. And it's extraordinarily comforting.
So it's cope.
And consoling.
I don't know if it I don't know if it really makes more sense to me. The idea that a bunch of, like, for example, like this could be said about any religion, the idea that like the comforts that come with it. And if when I talk to like Muslims or Christians, like if I talk to a Muslim, the idea that somebody who was like an illiterate like merchant, like was able to communicate with God in a cave and write all of his teachings down while also being illiterate, through an interpreter, through somebody who wrote for him, and was able to bring about the word of God. And then God said, spread the faith, and that it spread through the sword. I find it much more likely that this guy probably was lying and either espoused.
Okay, it's a bit more complicated than that. I already explained it a few hours ago with the Torah, that it was basically a set of instruction for a people how to function. That's it. Okay?
Was this tale to somebody else and they wrote it and this guy was just making it up, or was
it wasn't actually just made up. It was all those things were made for a specific purpose. It's just it wasn't a magical purpose, but it was made for a purpose. Usually political purpose.
Experiencing some sort of deliriousness. I mean, there are so many different people and throughout history who have claimed to be the prophet or have claimed to be the representation really of faith. If you go to China, there have been people who have claimed to be the reborn version of Jesus Christ, who have led entire rebellions that have almost brought down the entire Chinese system. And I think a lot of times it just comes down to which kind of theories just kind of pop off. Like, why are we not like worshiping that guy in China who said, actually, I'm Jesus, I'm the second coming of Jesus?
I'm Jessina.
Yeah, I think that if we talk about a specific religious nexus, but I would say Islam is like very similar to Christian. It's the same religion.
It's Abrahamic faith
offshoot, right? And as is Judaism. So if you want to say a different,
Judaism is not an offshoot of Christianity. I would say the opposite is true, but whatever.
Different religion. I think you have to go to Hinduism or Buddhism or something like that. And there is a commonality among all of them in that they're saying, for most of them, Buddhism's a little bit different, but they all have this commonality of saying like there was a sort of origin in which a sort of benevolent God created us and that we were going to meet him again. I mean, of course, that's been appealing. There's never any such thing as atheism until modern times. The earliest, archaeological remains are burials. No. Archaeologically, the earliest findings are burial findings, which means there's a belief in an afterlife. There were no atheists.
Well, there's not like atheist like religious ceremonies. There's no atheist like I'm gonna have my atheist funeral because
atheism is just a lack of belief.
Atheism at least is just like a non-belief in God, right? So somebody can like just not have any beliefs about religion and go about their day.
You can be an atheist and still have a religious funeral, because it doesn't matter.
Is not believing in God,
but I'm saying
there's not really traditions that come with not believing in God. There's not.
But you would have
like if I say I don't like music, there's not like a musical tradition that comes with not liking music.
But there are archaeological artifacts, right? Pottery and things like that don't in and of themselves indicate, because they are useful for carrying water. But there is always in every culture artifacts. You know, the pyramids, obviously, that's not a secular. People wouldn't spend that much time burying what they thought was like a king god if they didn't have a sense of an afterlife, right? But it was like the focus of their entire culture. You don't find atheism. That in and of itself isn't an argument that atheism is wrong. I'm just saying there's a tremendous...
That's also not an atheism that... That's also not an argument that atheism did not exist at all.
This religious desire in human nature, and there continues to be.
People want to find explanations for the world, and when you don't have like a scientific explanation for the world, or you don't have a way to figure out these things, then you're going to try to find a way to figure it out anyway. And that's where myths and mythology and religion and gods and Thor, etc. come from.
But science doesn't offer. It offers just different explanations. But no scientist has ever explained where the beginning ever came from. If it can't come from the material world,
there are hypotheses.
It's a huge problem for atheists. They just simply have no answer whatsoever for it. There's no scientific explanation of how existence came into existence, which seemed to occur at a certain point in time that we refer to as the Big Bang. And there are a whole number of
Well,
problems.
then it
right?
sounds like
How
you
does
just said that
truth exist?
there is some explanation, or at least a basis for some explanation. But just because I don't have the answer for something doesn't mean I need to buy something that doesn't seem like a reasonable answer to something. For example,
well, we always choose the best explanation, right?
Yeah. I would say that. And when I read these religious texts, there's
We
just
might not need it, but a lot of people want it.
so many stories in them that are just not things that I could ever find any familiarity with. Like when we're talking about like the burning bush or miracles that I have not seen and probably will not see for the rest of my life. Believing that just takes an immense amount of faith that I just
don't have.
You don't believe it takes
Hello, having no answer doesn't mean you get to invent one. True. True. Welcome to the stream.
Faith to believe that a bush talked to a person and they said, I am God on fire as a bush. Please go to the like. I feel that of course it takes faith.
Well, because you're reading it, you're not maybe sophisticated enough to understand that like ancient.
You're not sophisticated enough, Dylan. You're an unsophisticated brute, unlike me. I have a warm relation. Oh, never mind. That was mean of me. I apologize.
Ancient texts are different than modern texts, right? It's
you know
like,
what?
My you read a poem and go, I don't believe that happened.
True. Your sophistication has been an issue. Oh boy. You know what? My sophistication has been an issue.
If I read a story and the poem says like a giant turtle like saved a village, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I don't believe that happened. That sounds like bullshit because giant turtles don't exist and they also want to save villages. Like I would like, and when you look at the Bible, it's full of stories like that.
But it's a poem. But you're saying a poem?
So you think that these
you like question the veracity of a poem?
Well, I believe. Do you not believe the Bible literally? You think it's like a book of just kind of like fairy tales?
No one believes the Bible literally in the sense that
that's not
you're
true.
saying it.
That's not. There were
the
people,
Psalms of David, for example.
There are 100% people believe the Bible literally.
No,
I met them
because I grew up with fundamental.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, as Christians, and you can always. There are certain things like the Psalms of David. They're poems.
Do you believe Noah's Ark was real? Like Noah's Ark? Like that he brought like two of every animal? No, I'm asking, do you believe it was real? Like that he brought two of every animal onto a big ass ship, and then a flood came that God sent, destroyed all of the earth, like genocide on genocide of the human race on a mass scale, like a start over button, and he was able to like keep everything.
I used to go to a Bible thing. That's my story for today, okay? Quite a few years ago, many years ago, I was browsing language books to learn some language. I think it was Vietnamese, and a Korean marriage approached me and sort of invited me to their home. They were German Koreans, and they wanted me to become a translator for their Bible meetings. I would translate to a person that didn't speak English from English to Polish. And their interpretation of the Bible was like straight out of a fantasy book. The flood, okay, so when the world was created, the entire planet was covered in a dome of water. And that dome of water, that water barrier, protected the world from all of the negative sunbeams. And that water barrier caused humans to live for thousands of years. Okay? Humans were super because the water barrier protected them from the beams of the sun. And when God got angry and did the flood, the gods did the flood. Sunbeams. And God was angry, so he flooded the earth with the water barrier. Okay? He flooded the world with the water barrier, which caused the evil sunbeams to reach the earth, which drastically reduced human lifespan. So yes, that was that was the interpretation of the Bible that I've heard at those meetings. It was an interpretation that I've never heard anywhere else before. It was very original, very imaginative. And the interesting thing is that the Polish person and the Korean person would often argue about their interpretations of the Bible. And when the person from Korea would drive me, I don't know, to the subway or something, he'd rant to me that that person just doesn't understand. He's just using his own interpretation of what's being said. And I asked meekly, but aren't you also using an interpretation of the text? And the person would respond with, no, I don't do any interpretation. I just read it as it is. And I was like, oh my God. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. I don't do any interpretation. I just read what's being said.
Groovy by bringing all these animals onto the boat, and they didn't eat each other, they didn't kill each other. They were able to figure out a way to make it all vibe.
And then times, and there were some interesting things that came from that. Like for example, they actually organized a huge conference for a famous Korean surgeon, believe it or not. They organized like this conference for a famous Korean surgeon who came in as a guest to speak on testicular cancer. So there were a lot of people invited. Cooks from the Vietnamese community were invited to prepare Vietnamese food for this conference. It was a huge event. And I was in this whole line of translators that were called in to sort of supervise this event. The surgeon was, of course, religious. So half of the conference was him giving a very educational speech about cancer, how you can actually do certain things to lessen the probability of getting testicular cancer, how certain things can be symptoms, etc. And then he started talking about religion and and there was like this weird contrast between these things. But half of it was actually one actual medical, whole presentation about cancer. Because he actually was a famous doctor, surgeon person. So that was pretty cool.
Then they let them loose, and then they repopulated the earth. Do you believe that?
It's really interesting that whole thing started with me just randomly meeting those people at this bookstore.
Literal level, I don't think that's possible.
But I was always taught religiously that happened, that did happen.
Right, that's fundamentalism, and there's fundamentalism in all religions, and what it tends to do is be unsophisticated in reading things. But the ancients didn't read Noah's Ark that way. The ancients didn't see 7-day creation. The ancient Christians saw those as very likely to be 7 epochs, which, to say they're 24 hours a day is literally impossible because you don't have a sun and a moon to keep time with until day 3 or 4. So I do think that we lack sophistication in understanding texts from the past, and we have a kind of what I would call a presentism, where we tend to think that the way we think is super smart and the best, and that people in past times were like idiots, and we use these terms that actually the Israelis use to Palestinians today.
Actually, God did not get rid of Lilith. Lilith left Adam because he sucked in bed, and that's not a joke. That's actually that's an official story behind like if we accept the existence of Lilith, then Adam sucked in bed, and Lilith was bored with Adam, and so Adam went to God crying and said, please give me a more submissive partner now. That's actually, I actually went to a lecture called The Demons in the Uncensored Bible by a nice Jewish presenter. And that was actually the story of the Uncensored Bible. And basically, Lilith was like, you suck. Bye. It was like, I need a more submissive partner.
I had a debate with Leah Loon where she called them barbarians, mud somethings, you know, and I think this idea.
Okay.
That ancient cultures who
I'm the submissive partner. True. I have deep empathy for the idea of being a submissive partner.
think in ancient ways, who maybe don't have like sophisticated computers, are somehow subhuman. I think that could, yeah. So can a book from the past, while being an old book, while talking about goats and sheep, be something which is relevant to your life and my life?
I'm not
today?
saying it isn't
I
relevant,
so.
but I think it's relevant as like the same way that like myths are relevant in the way that they can teach stories and lessons. Yeah. Like the story of like, you know, what's it called? Like not Little Red Riding Hood, but Little Red
Riding Hood.
Riding Hood, or the story of like the boy who cried wolf. Like all of these things have like a meaning to them that you can derive from them. But
Lucy Who Cried Wolf.
The way I was always raised was that Jesus did perform miracles, and that's how he proved he was the Son of God to his followers. If you believe that Jesus was just doing parlor tricks, or that it was not real, then how can you believe he was the Son of God? Then he was just claiming he was the Son of God, and that's it. And you just got to believe him for just believing him.
Right, of course, the resurrection had to have happened, or the whole religion, Paul says it himself, the whole religion is garbage. If Jesus Christ didn't rise from the dead. Okay, but that doesn't necessarily, that's a literal, like that's, you know, historically provable that Jesus Christ existed, largely provable, unlike Muhammad. But that doesn't mean that everything, that there was a literal snake talking in the garden. Obviously that would be a different genre, was recognized to be a different genre, and the lesson there was about
$60 to get in where. Also, if you want to donate $60, I won't be mad. If you want to donate some money to your favorite streamer, then I won't complain, okay?
Disobedience.
I mean, I think the existence of a person called Jesus has been pretty proven
to your creator, and it gives us the story of original sin. Now you could say, you could mock that, but I don't know that anyone's come up with a better explanation of like.
I will mock it. I will mock it relentlessly. That's right. Donate, please.
You know why the world isn't what
Muhammad was more real than Jesus. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I mean, I don't have a problem believing that. I don't have a problem believing that a guy named Muhammad lived sincerely. You know, it doesn't change much for me.
What we'd like it to be, why we're dissatisfied. You know, so anyways, I don't want to take too much of your time. I can see you're tired.
You took a lot of time.
And I don't want to sort of
I want to take your time, said the guy. 1.5 hours later. You could have said that 15 minutes in. I don't want to take too much of your time, but once it's 1.5 hours in, that ship has sailed. You know?
overstay my welcome.
It's
But,
okay.
You know, it's something interesting to think
You
about.
already did.
Religion, I understand. I almost always people on the left I find have, if they have any experience of religion, it's kind of a fundamentalist religion, which is what I was raised in. And I rebelled against it. And I was an atheist for a while. And I don't think God, if you reject that God, I think you're actually in a good place.
Okay,
but
can I ask?
Oh no, this will go on for another half an hour. I don't want to overstay my welcome, says the dude that stays for 30 more minutes.
Can I ask you a follow-up, though? Let me ask you a follow-up. Okay, so the burning bush story, Noah's Ark, these are more, not, you shouldn't take these so literally. Why is it that we don't take those miracles literally, but we take Jesus's miracles literally? That it is a
I don't want to take too much of your time, but
seems a little too ridiculous to believe that 2 of every animal went onto a big.
But I will. Bam, got him. Blah. Also, please donate. I have ambitious plans, and to make my ambitious plans reality, I need monies.
Big ass boat and survived a global genocide, but Jesus was able to turn water into wine and fish and all. Like, these are, again, this would all be, if anybody else do it, it'd be like it would be magic. We would consider it magic. Why is it that we
consider it a miracle if you walk on water?
I mean, magic is miracle. Let me get into your hair. Excuse me? Are you what? Into my hair? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it was something, you get what I'm saying. It's like a magical, it's like, oh, it's something we can't explain.
Defies nature.
It defies.
Chat's flirting with
nature. So why is it that the first tale, which would completely defy nature, that's just a tale, that's just them trying to teach a lesson. Jesus' stories is something that actually that happened. That's the one that is true in the Bible.
Well, that's where sophistication comes in, because there are, like you said, it's a collection of books. So the books are of different genres. It's not a history book with footnotes that was written like a history book would be written today. And so there are poems in the Bible, there are histories in the Bible. As you get closer to where these books were written, they weren't, I don't think maybe there are Christians who think that Adam and Eve were writing this down in the Garden of Eden on a piece of paper that was passed down. I don't think anyone's ever believed that. I mean, these stories coalesced in a few centuries.
They coalesced like jelly. I mean, Lucy is objectively check. Can we? No, that's not true. I'm not.
Before the Christian era. And so as it became closer to that, they were more historical books. I think that's true of human history. If you read the accounts of, the Caesar's conquests, there's probably a lot of ways in which they didn't write history like we would write it today. Right. Yep. It was probably written 40 or 50 years afterwards. It probably tended to emphasize the glories of Rome and not so much the failures. The shit that went down. Right.
True.
Okay. And like you said, human beings wrote it. And I think it's beautiful
that's
that God, again,
that's what
worked with
scares me,
people.
is because I feel like, how do we not know somebody did that about Jesus? That they wrote all these like great things about Jesus, but they're not including that time where he caught somebody like a loser, told him to kill himself. Right? They're not going to include that rant from Jesus.
There were actually accounts of the gospel that were much later than the original accounts, in which Jesus was this like sort of superhero, and the kids would tease him, and they'd like, you know, get like rocks cast down on them. So there were like, those are called the Gnostic gospels.
Now that right there, I sympathize with that.
But those were
Dylan loves it when kids are. I'm not even gonna make a joke about this. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not gonna make a joke. I'm gonna leave this alone.
seen as later.
I'm gonna leave alone Dylan enjoying the death of kids. Blah, blah, blah.
Like kind of there was like Greek culture and but you can investigate. There are many historical facts, like in the reign of Tiberius in the town of Bethlehem. Like clearly the writers knew where they were, right? And then you run into this problem with the resurrection. If you say like, well, I don't know if that happened, well then clearly these people died who believed in it. So
Anyway, Lucy, I forgot to answer you the other day. It was Kyle Klinsky that is covering a ceasefire and pieces in the I doubt it. I'm sorry, DexMix. I'm sorry, DexMix. I just don't buy it.
how do you account for that? Oh, well, maybe it was a group delusion. Okay, well, tell me another group delusion that people die for. Then they say
there are many group delusions for two. There were many group delusions that people died for. That's you're walking yourself into a losing argument. There were many group delusions that people gave their life for.
witness this, right? They say, well, Elvis, people have seen
A cult is a group delusion that people can give their life for.
Elvis. Okay, who's dying because of, you know, they saw an Elvis impersonator and made a leap, or someone who looked like Elvis? It's just, there are questions. What I'm saying is, it's not pure faith. I'm saying you can investigate these things, and critical, of course, you know, there's been a critical apparatus applied to Christianity, and it's actually done remarkably well. Interestingly, Islam, which is much later,
I don't know if I would consider.
well.
I don't know if I would consider martyrdom proof of a religion's
proof
strength.
of something.
I mean, it's proof that people believed. I think it's proof that people believed, and they believed
genuinely
deeply.
believe.
Like, do you remember that one alien cult?
That changes nothing. You can genuinely believe in something that's nonsense. You can genuinely believe in something that's nonsense. Just because a child can genuinely believe in Santa Claus, it doesn't magically make Santa Claus real, right? Even if the child genuinely believes.
Cult that believe that the asteroid came close enough.
Heaven's Gate.
Yeah, Heaven's Gate.
Yep.
Like, those are people who truly believe. They all killed themselves for it. They wore the sneakers. They did the thing. Who knows how many of them believed, or how many of them were peer pressured to believe? But I'm sure if we look at history, that's probably going to be true as well, where there's a lot of social pressures to be as part of the village religion, and if you're not participating in the martyrdom,
I genuinely believe I can beat you in a debate. Wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong.
The Jim Jones Temple, people moved to South America, and they saw, at least some of them, engaged in mass suicide based on
who stayed alive to update the website. Oh god. Ouch, ouch, ouch.
apocalyptic kind of crazy guy. Yeah, that's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're all the same, right? I mean, that's just like, it's kind of easy to say, because there are other religions, there are no religions. Okay, all religions are stupid because there are many religions.
No,
or because, you know, the Palestinians are violent, and the Israelis are violent. Well, therefore, it's all the same. I mean, we have to look at it carefully, and when you look at it carefully, I think it becomes clear that there is one side which is the aggressor and one side which is not. And, you know, it's just as intellectuals, I think God gave us a mind so we could reason. And I think it's kind of
Where do I even go with this?
Easy just to dismiss religion entirely as worthless and say that.
I mean, it has cultural value, it has historical value. Like, it's not totally worthless. It's just not true. It is value, I would say, but the value is different than what you'd like it to be. Does that make sense?
That what we've come up with as a pseudo religion, which is kind of psychology blended with evolution and a kind of secular
Psychology
worldview.
is a
Well, then why are so
religion.
many people crazy, lonely, alienated, and killing themselves?
I don't like completely throw religion away. I love idioms and I love tales and stories in order to teach lessons. In fact,
There you go. I just, you know, it's not worthless. It has a purpose. It has a use, but it's just totally different than what you'd like it to be. And I'm fine with that.
in fact, in Ukraine, I have to use translators to interview people because I'm still learning the Ukrainian language. It's difficult because I'm learning both Ukrainian and Russian, and
It's easy. But I'm Polish, so Ukrainian is gonna be easy for me.
depending on which region you in, you flip up the language, and so you have to learn like everything twice. But I use translators, and they'll often have trouble with me because I'll say things in idioms all the time, and they just don't translate well. And so I do believe that there's a usefulness in stories, a usefulness in like stories in religion that can teach lessons. But if somebody is claiming that their religion is the explanation for the world, or their religion, is able to bring special meaning, I would have to like look at it just along like a sea of other religions, of other interpretations, of other pitches that have been made that this is the meaning of life, this is God's word, many of them copying off of each other and copying off.
Copying is good. That means, I mean, it can be good. Like copying homework, it's a gamble. If you copy from a good student, then you're okay. But if you copy from a bad student, then you're screwed. Same with religions.
Off of the same stories. If you look at the stories of Jesus, it's not a lot of the story isn't.
Why did I make this weird comparison? Forget it. Forget it.
Like, to be quite honest, new. I don't know if you've ever watched. I'm a big
If gay Jesus takes the wheel, where do we end up? We end up having fun.
cowboy movies.
The topic is Israel-Palestine.
Man, I love Clint Eastwood movies. One of my favorite movies of his is Fistful of Dollars. But I watched the movie that it was copied off of afterwards, the samurai movie that they stole everything from, and it literally ripped everything. And when you look at Jesus's tale, much of it was taken from other faiths and other stories beforehand. And that's true and that's not something I'm bullying Christianity over. That's true of most faiths that they steal and take.
If you say there are themes.
Adapt. Let's use the term adapt. Let's not use the term steal. That's a strong term, steal, okay? Let's just use the nice word adapt.
Of like eternal life and things like that. That's true. Christianity actually, that's a sort of cheap internet thing where you say it's like Osiris and it was ripped. It doesn't hold up.
I have to check. I don't know.
Scholars have not like agreed with that it's just an amalgamation. But interestingly,
it's just an amalgamation. But I mean, if you look at Jesus' story, it has a lot of parallels.
Yeah, there are virgin births and other right. Okay, yeah, that's true. But interestingly, Islam does look like an
Jimbo is a pretty well-known film.
Amalgamation of sort of half Judaism, half Christianity, and then some sort of stuff added.
I'm sorry, what?
And I do them half Christian does look births and other right. Okay, yeah, that's true. But interestingly, Islam does look like an amalgamation of sort of half Judaism, half Christianity, and then some sort of stuff added. And
what? What does that mean?
And I do think as the scholarly apparatus attacks Islam, it sort of falls apart.
Scholarly apparatus.
That this idea that, because you have to say in Islam, unlike Christianity, God wrote in Arabic, right? God speaks Arabic. Like that's the mainstream understanding of where we got the Quran. Again, because the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate, right? So like his hand was guided, I think, by the angel Gabriel. That's harder to hold up with, even though that's a more recent religion. Like those texts, I think, come from the 800s, 900s. But it largely does sort of fall apart. So just because you say, well, Islam has this book and Christianity has this book and Judaism has this book, therefore all old books are stupid because some of them have things that are.
I didn't say they were all stupid. I'm just saying, like, if I
they're not factual. I mean, I'm not gonna explain the Torah again. I already explained it.
walk into a conference and like everybody's saying, I have the thing that will make you tons of money at this investment conference, and everybody's giving you their pitch over and over and over. I'm not saying none of them have any good ideas. It's just like if there's 1,000 people telling you the same thing, that they all have the same solution to the problem that you have, like, why should I value one over the other, especially if I can see them stealing each other's homework?
Please, what's my solution?
Okay, but secularism is another person trying to make that pitch. Why is it
not exactly?
This is, I think, the trick. Modern secularists say we're not doing what religions do. You are, and so the question would be: is it a better explanation? Is it more attractive?
I don't think secularists are necessarily doing that. Secularists a lot of time, and I will say
you're lying to yourself. It is.
I don't claim knowledge. I don't claim the knowledge.
This feels like not 2016. This feels more like 2009, to be quite honest.
Of like what, like the meaning of life, and like I can say that I create my own meaning, because if there is a meaning of life, I don't know it. If there is a meaning of life, I have yet to.
Getting back in time. I'm gonna take you back to the past.
Discover it, and so
but those are claims. Those are claims
that I don't know it. I can tell you I don't know the meaning of life. I know I don't know the meaning of life. But that is a
claim. That's a claim.
That's not a claim, you idiot.
But you say I create my own meaning, and that is the meaning of life, and that's a claim. And if it's attractive,
no, he's saying there's no objective meaning, that you just find your own purpose. There's no objective meaning to life. You live your life the best way you can, and you just find your own meaning in it. There's for duck's sake. Come on.
As an explanation, because we all want to have meaning, whether we admit it or not, right? You'll say like that's what people sort of like, that's what motivates people. If they have no meaning in their lives, they tend to get into drugs, alcohol, suicide, masturbation.
Well, then good thing that Dylan does have meaning in his life, isn't it?
You know, it just tends to be this kind of, okay, so you're making an appeal, make your own, right? And that's the great promise of the, what do you call it? Global homo. Yeah, right. You can create your own gender. You're free. You can create your own sex. You can be a man today, a woman like tomorrow. And I'm not trying to diss all that, but like at a certain point, you'd have to say, okay, but like, is this healthy? Because like, okay, so I'm going to make up in my mind what I'm going to be. You can see how it sort of seems meaningless to say, well, my adventure in life is going to be a woman when I was born or assigned the sex of man. And you get the criticism of people like Andrew Wilson saying like, no. There are some things that we, should take for granted. And within that, our, religious view informs us and guides us. And so like the idea of like everyone doing their own thing has kind of run its course. And, I'm just saying the trick, I think, is saying like, well, with science, I'm not selling anything. No, you're just another person in the marketplace of ideas. And I just think what you've been sold and what you're selling sort of sucks. I don't see the appeal of it. But I think the appeal is kind of like saying F you to life. It's just I feel, to bad experiences you've had with other sales.
It just feels like a lot of times like people are walking back from their conclusion, where people want to see a good economic forecast, so they look for the good economic forecast, and they're like, well, there we have it. So the economy is going to be good. My investments are fine. Don't worry about it. Where
Yes,
I am much more willing to say, yeah, no, actually, we might be headed into a recession. We might be going into a Great Depression. We might have no idea with the economic path that we're going to go down. And I wouldn't even call myself an atheist. I'm still culturally Christian. When I was younger, I was more religious due to my mother's faith. But I would consider myself agnostic at the very least. I think this is something this is a recent development for me too. This is something I think I've fallen into while in Ukraine. I think the war has pushed me further into being agnostic.
Well, you could say, right, it's very valuable. People have made a lot of money by saying, I'm not economically going to ride the highs of everyone's buying, everyone's being ridiculously optimistic. I'm going to hold off because I think it's crashing and I'm going to buy low. That's
okay.
Very smart. But you'd have to say for people like you and I in the West, it's the more contrarian position is to say, actually, maybe
Dylan's not just trying to be contrarian. Have you first, guy?
Maybe the church had it right? It's kind of easy to go with the flow of atheism.
Go with the flow of what the.
But if you're actually looking at where atheism leads to, and what more traditional values lead to, it's hard not to see the appeal. And you could say, well, I don't want to be comforted. Okay, well, who doesn't want to be comforted? Who wouldn't love to tell their child, like when their dog dies, that that's all in God's plan, or when the kid has cancer, like God loves you very much. It's a tricky one, but like sometimes God sees fit to put people through trials, and to give meaning. It's very appealing. Even people talk about Santa Claus. Santa Claus is appealing. I understand that the idea of the man in the chimney who comes down, right, for a lot of people, I think that's a form of child abuse. But Saint Nicholas was a saint.
I think for me, knowing that this is my life and my only life, and that passing, I don't know this for sure, but when passing, that there's a good chance I'm going to pass into the infinite. Just nothingness. I think there's a certain beauty of knowing that this is my one shot, my one life, and I should make the best of it, and I should not live with reservations of, well, I need to live for the next life. I need to live for the life that comes after this. A life that I don't know it's going to come, and I've seen people around me live for the next life that might never come. If they find fulfillment while doing that, that's fine. I respect them in their faith. I respect people who can devote themselves to anything wholeheartedly, period. But at the end of the day, I want to live for the life that I know that I have.
Your idea that we only have one life, that's actually also the Christian thing, and that like your reward or punishment depends on that. It's very similar. So I think that modern secularists, in some ways, they're like bad Christians. Like you retain a lot of the Christian heritage, which is why you're Western, but you've kind of lost the
which is why you're Western
need of it. And the idea of,
well, I find some value in the stories, right? Like most societies find, like I'm sure Greeks that know Greek myths find some value in hearing about who Thor plowed in the ancient times and had affairs with. But
wait, hold on.
Most of them will Thor plow. Like I'm sure Greeks that know Greek myths find some value in hearing about who Thor plowed.
Not Greeks. Thor is Scandinavian, no? Isn't Thor like the Valhalla, etc.? What do you mean Greeks and Thor? Ugh, Dylan. I'm disappointed in you. I'm so disappointed in this example, in this mistaken. I'm so disappointed in this uneducated example. You can be hyperbolic correctly, okay? Nordic. There you go. Nordic. Not Greek. You can be correctly. God. If you're gonna be hyperbolic correctly. Norse, yes. If you're gonna be talking about Greeks, you'd be talking about who, I don't know, Zeus, plows. Yes.
out in the ancient times and had affairs with, but most of them will not say that they believe that the thunder god exists, but there's still a value you can derive from it.
Right. Pure mythology. This is the Jordan Peterson thing. He more or less looks at the entire corpus of the Bible as, moral stories, and they're incredibly valuable. The story of Cain and Abel is a tremendously valuable story about jealousy. Psychologically, it's never been beat. But, there are problems with interpretation, just like with anything. But there are also problems with the modern secular worldview, because, like I would say, talk to a National Socialist. If he believes in evolution, from the 40s, he's like scientifically, in a sense, more right than you are, because Darwinism is a natural sort of starting point that ends in National Socialism, and
I reject that completely. I just
it's interesting.
Reject that. I reject because
I mean, it's interesting to reject nonsense. Good, rejected.
Talk about it with you sometime, but I mean, it's interesting how that's true, because. And I know it's tricky to say, well, then how did it happen? God made a giraffe and stuck it, right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying, obviously, things progressed in some way, but the idea that there wasn't an intelligent
designer, watchmaker,
what is it called? Intelligent designer is scientific.
We are literally back in 2009 right now.
He has. Like we don't have a better alternative, and that's provable scientifically. And I love that, and maybe it will be.
I do not. I mean, I don't know.
I can send you a video about it. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but
okay. I just
a large number of evolutionary biologists, the people who specialize in it, have recognized that
there's just so many problems with the human body that it's hard for me to imagine that it was. Like that was made by intelligent designer, and it kind of there's flaws that we find. There's diseases that we're more susceptible to than other species that end up killing us at much higher rates. That an intelligent designer could have introduced a DLC update for if he really wanted to protect us from those diseases. And I
love having a body. I love looking at other bodies, and I think they're a great gift. I love my body. I used to not. But I love.
I'm happy with my body, but if I'm being told that there's an intelligent designer, I feel like there's some updates and changes that could have been made to make human beings more, make human beings healthier, make them more susceptible to damage. Yeah,
I mean this would come from this. Then you would get original.
Yes, I was about to correct. Less susceptible. I don't want to be more susceptible to damage.
Original sin would come in with this, like that. Obviously in the Garden of Eden. We didn't have a lot of these problems. That, in a sense, like HIV is in some sense was not part of the original plan, so that's accounted for.
See, but that gets me, because it's like, oh, there's an intelligent designer. Okay, but what about these flaws? Oh, the intelligent designer decided that you're gonna have those flaws as punishment.
Calm down, chat.
And it's like, okay, well. So the flaws in the intelligent designer system is explained by the designer deciding that he was not going to completely design the human intelligently or purposefully design them in a way that's going to be susceptible to problems.
Right. Okay, and I understand you could say that I mock that idea. But what is the secular explanation for why, like, we hate cancer? Why do we say, I hate cancer? I hate it when a kid gets cancer. Why? Why do we feel like that's wrong? And it's like something
because we have deep human attachments to each other, and we know that we would not like to get cancer, and we are more than social beings that would like for our children to live, to be happy, healthy people, and we are very social. We're very social animals.
But we have a sense that there's something wrong. Like in Ukraine, there's something wrong here. But from a secular perspective, like there's a failure, that human beings are failing in some way, right? That they're killing each other. From a secular perspective, why would that be wrong? Why would that be any different than
2009 debates about religion?
Like a just like animals fighting in the
Depends on
jungles
your
of
moral interpretation, and my morality would say that the violation of Ukraine's sovereignty, the death pits, the targeting of aid workers, all these things I would say are wrong. I'd say they're wrong because they don't benefit people, they only hurt people, and they violate the rights that I would like for to be respected across the board of all human beings.
Right, but what I'm saying is those are mid-level things, and I agree with all of that stuff. I think that's also a Catholic position. But like the question,
Catholic position.
Down,
That's not a Catholic position.
I think that the Catholic position would be very similar to what you just articulated.
Gotcha,
the Catholic position on international law and things like that. But what I'm saying is this just a fundamental sense that there are problems in society, and that life itself, because of death, is sort of a problem, and that we're not okay with. We all wrestle with death. It indicates a religious. Now you can say, well, that was evolutionarily right, but it kind of is hard to explain. Why do people create beautiful art? And you can try to do it with utility, but like, why do you know what I mean?
Art is beautiful.
Why is there a delight? This is a question I have. I take kids, my kids to the zoo when they were younger. Why does this species delight in the other species? Why would that be? That you just think giraffes are hilarious and crazy, elephants are so, I mean, to me, their response is the response of a child to the creations of his father that are remarkable and funny and beautiful. And that's what I think religion gives you that science can't give you, which is a joy and a gratitude at existence, because we know it's sort of like a gift. And I don't know where secular people can say, they'll sometimes say, I'm grateful for every day. It's such a gift. But who are they? Who gave him the gift? No one?
Oh boy, it's a figure of speech.
Nobody has to give me a gift or give me something for me to appreciate it.
True.
As a gift, yes.
Why?
If you're saying
I think I can appreciate something without it being a gift from a higher creator.
It's a figure of speech. You dumb.
But if you say I'm thankful, which a lot of atheist people will say, like, they're inadvertently recognizing that they haven't quite kicked the habit. And maybe you're saying I'm not trying. I'm not anti.
That's stupid. I'm sorry. What? No. It just means it's a figure of speech. I'm happy to be alive or whatever. Like, come on.
Atheist. But like, there's something about life that's like, the response should be one of joy and gratitude and not cynicism and hostility.
I think I'm thankful towards the people who have helped me get to where I'm at. I'm thankful towards my grandparents. I'm thankful towards just fate for allowing me to live where other of my friends have died in places where I could have died. I mean, but I at no point does any of that thanks end up at the feet of a deity.
But maybe it could. I don't see what the problem.
I mean, it could if I believed in a deity.
It could, if it would, if it should, if it, I don't know, but it doesn't. So that's meaningless.
If you say fate and providence, right? Fate is also like quasi-deist. Like you're saying, like somehow everything works out a certain way. I mean, that's on its way to being a religious point of view. That's not random chance, right? You're saying somehow these people were put in my life in a way that I'm grateful for. It kind of seems like, well, you could be. It could be. I'm not saying. I'm not here to say, Dylan, convert or you're going to hell. I don't think that's true. We're all on a journey.
You don't think I'm going to hell? If I don't accept the Christian faith, I don't go to hell?
Christians have said this. Jesus Christ specifically commands that we never judge anyone. I don't understand why Christians tell other people they're going to hell. It's absolutely not true. And they do that so that you don't
I'm not going to hell. If I
have no idea what your response to existence is.
To hell.
I would say there's a chance that all of us could do a bad job with the gifts we're given, with the lights we're given, and say no to existence. But I think the idea of you being in my church or this church is bullshit. And Pope Francis would say the same thing. If you said to him, look, Pope Francis, I know you think I'm going to hell because I'm not a Catholic or I'm not a Christian. He would say, absolutely not. No way. And that's not a cope. And that's not like covering something up. And anyone who would tell you otherwise does not deserve the name of Christian, because that's actually what Jesus says. Most importantly, we don't do is condemn people to hell. So I think we should have more conversations with people of faith and not of faith. But like, I hate it when people do that. They do it to me. They do it to me, and I'm a
Israel-Palestine conversation, by the way.
Catholic, and other Catholics say, you're going to hell. I know you're going to hell because you missed church, and I'm saying, like, don't you? You're condemning yourself to hell by saying that. But it's interesting. I really want you to tell all people who are non-committed believers that Christianity does not. And if you press Protestants, most Protestants, and all Orthodox and all Catholic, which is the vast majority, ask people in Ukraine whether they think if you're not a Christian, you're going to hell. They will say no. The priests will say no, no, we don't know. But it's great if you're on board.
I feel like I've been duped.
Because then you have the sacraments and all this stuff, but we do not know. It's right in the Catechism of the Catholic Church. God fear, whatever. Earnest seekers, God welcomes. I mean, you end up with this thing. So the Native Americans before Christianity arrived, they're all in hell, and you will find Christians who say, absolutely.
Oh boy,
it's ridiculous.
It's almost over.
It's a ridiculous position. But that's why people reject Christianity, because that's ridiculous. That's clearly ridiculous. Any God who would condemn the Native Americans because they didn't happen to be born in a place where they could even possibly be preached the gospel, that's a foolish religion. And, it is not mainstream Christianity.
It was good talking to you, man. We've been going for over 2 hours now. I think it's probably time to wrap it up.
You.
Yeah, no worries, man. You have a good one.
Thanks for being so polite. A lot of people, they go off on this, like, did you do this? Did you do that? It's like I appreciate you just saying, like, well, I don't know. What am I going to say?
I don't know, man. I mean, people are saying stuff, but I don't know. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, there's a kind of like, in some spheres on the internet, there is this drama thing, like, let me get someone on something how would I defend myself? People think I raped my daughter. She says he has been nothing but a gentleman in my whole life. I say no. And then they come up with theories like Stockholm syndrome. I don't know what to say at a certain point. So I appreciate you having
where did all of this originate from? Where did all of this stuff with you? It's just like this rumor mill. They just started randomly saying that you have an inappropriate relationship with your daughter. Have your mother on stream with you and have a warm relationship with her. Nothing untoward at all. And people will start doing it. Well, like I'm like a warm relationship. I mean, I like
warm relationship.
I don't know how. I don't know if my grandmother went on screen and said hello and said hi grandma and I kissed her on the cheek. I doubt anybody would take away from that as Dylan's like doing stuff with his grandma. Like
What was that really bad laugh? That was not a good laugh. That laugh made me feel uncomfortable. That laugh made me feel not good. Adam born Bennett. No. His faith has been shaken.
Yeah, I don't.
Also, welcome to the stream, Adam Boren Bennett.
Maybe not, but maybe. I'm sure some people would. I mean, I don't know how.
What the fuck?
Your chat is, but like chats tend to be like, if I'm talking with a black person, they'll say racist stuff, and I think they're mostly kidding around. If I'm talking with a Jewish person, they'll say anti-Semitic stuff. I think they're mostly kidding around. I don't tend to like super police because I think. It sorts itself out, but there is a problem with, I think probably for me, like I come across as fairly masculine, I think, although a lot of people say no way, you're the biggest wuss I've ever seen. And I think a lot of people have sort of issue. When I used to teach high school, there were certain kids I would stand in front of, and they would hate me because I reminded them of their father. You see what I'm saying? And they would cause problems. I was like, where does this come from? And then the principal would say, him and his dad don't get along, and you look like, you know what I mean? So I think that's what happens. And, but that stuff you tend to get vetted and then you get through it. Either you grow thick skin or you, I'm sure you've been called an agent, right? For have you never been accused of being like an agent for? I don't know where you stand on the Ukraine thing, but like,
oh yeah, I've been accused of being like, some people believe I'm the grandson of the CIA director because my name is Dylan Burns and the CIA director's name is William Burns. I get accused of stuff like that as well.
Oh, it's just
it's just such a like a left field thing to just see in chat. Like this guy, like does this with his daughter. It's like it's just very out of left field.
True.
Yeah. Do I have a warm relationship with my daughter? Yes. Do some people find?
What can you define warm relationship for me? Like it's just like you.
True. Define. Like what the hell does that is?
Or
you love your daughter.
I might say hi, sweetheart. Hi, sweetheart.
Okay.
And other times I'll be a little bit like, you know, she's been through a lot. So, I mean, that I think probably comes from, we've had a lot of trauma. So sometimes I'll be consoling with her. Sometimes I'll sort of push her. And I have an exercise personality. So, you know, this idea that any woman in the presence of a man who may be correcting her or, you know, angry towards her is being abused is a huge theme on the internet. And I do understand that if you see a big man talking with a smaller female, if you walk in on that, it can look like abuse. But I just think that's not necessarily the case. So, you know, it's drama. It got a lot of views. I'm happy to be talking about more substantive things than like whether or not I abuse my daughter, because, you know, there's only so many times you could say no before you're like, all right.
Okay, man. Well, you have a good one, okay?
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
That's it.
Was an interesting conversation.
Interesting conversation, huh? So, if you've enjoyed this, press like, subscribe, hit the bell. You know what to do. That was our analysis. That took us 5 hours. That took us 5 hours. So that's another 2-parter, I guess, or something. That's, yeah. That's something. So now we're gonna take a look at a few news, and then we're probably gonna wrap this up. I should? Should I? Should I really? Is this a good idea for me? I've got some news for you. So, serious battles for Avdiivka. The Ukrainian tactics are difficult to fathom. Which we're gonna go into the Ukrainian news now. I'm gonna take a look at a Polish article. We're gonna see what it says. The Russians want to conquer Avdiivka no matter what, and the next wave of sort of assaults is continuing. Both sides are sort of suffering from great losses, but Russia can afford it, and Ukraine for a while now has not been able to, says General Waldemar Skrzypczak, so a Polish general. And he warns that everything that Russia is just doing now is just a prologue, is just an entry to a winter offensive. Right? The situation on the front is getting more and more serious. The battles for Avdiivka have been going on for at least a couple of weeks. Russians are taking up positions around the city, and they're doing it in order to take over the chemical sort of manufacturing plants and to surround the Ukrainian defenders in order to sack the whole city. in Avdiivka, more and more serious battles between both armies are taking place. According to a Ukrainian military expert, Roman Svitan, the third wave of Russian assault has begun. The I think it's Colonel of Reserve Maciej Matysiak, an expert from the Foundation Starpoints, and an ex second in command of the chief of um, counter intelligence of the military counter um, intelligence services. In a talk with Virtual Poland, says that Russians are pushing to Avdiivka because they're a little stupid and they don't really respect human life. It is humans that they keep adding, he said. The expert has that Russian just keeps pushing more and more soldiers. There's a big probability that the Russians will probably manage to conquer Avdiivka. General Valdemar Skripchak, the former commander of the land forces, in his talk with Virtual Poland, says that the Battle of Avdiivka is sort of causing incredible losses on both sides. Right? The Russians want to capture the city by surrounding it and by destroying the Ukrainian forces which stationed there. And there is a big probability that Russians will probably capture Avdiivka. The tactic of Ukrainian soldiers to sacrifice more and more troops as they did under Bakhmut is I cannot understand it. You can see that they're using the tactic of losing their own forces, their best formations, no matter the cost. And while I agree that both sides are taking losses, Russia can afford it, and Ukraine for a while now has not been able to, stressed the general. The speaker with the Virtual Poland network points out that it does not bring any operational success. And while doing it, they keep sort of bragging about the losses of the Russians. It is not a success. The Russians have the capability to send more soldiers to sort of plug in the losses. They send more and more soldiers that fight. To keep talking about losses is making idiots out of Russians, which at this point of the war, a misunderstanding. The narrative of Ukrainian soldiers does not reach anyone anymore, says General Skripchak. Let us remind ourselves that a few days ago, Mayor Avdiivki Vitaly Barbash has announced that the current Russian losses under Avdiivka has become bigger than that under Vuhledar, and Bakhmut. So it's at least 3-4,000 killed, 7 to 8,000 injured, and 400 pieces of equipment destroyed. The Russians want to even out the front line. Why do Russians want to attack in this direction in the first place? The decision spectrum of the Russians is very wide, says Colonel Matysiak. It might be a consequence of the decision of a political decision and a military concept that somewhere out there they have earned, they have gained success, they have gained something, he says. And then he counts out. To the south, we see them fortifying. So it would be sort of senseless to take on an offensive position and leave those fortifications. And in the south, if they wanted to go forward, they would need to have more resources. Ukrainians in this part are able to counteract against them pretty strongly, he says. He also said that to the east, near Avidyavka, the fortifications are not that strong. So the dynamic there is a lot bigger. So militarily, it is far easier to sort of do stuff there without abandoning fortifications, the expert explains. Colonel Matysiak also stresses that we might also see continuous political pressure when it comes to the Donbass, or going further to capture the entire administrative terrain of the separatistic republic, he adds. Another reason for which Russians are sort of pushing in that direction could be trying to even out the front line. Avidyavka is a little bit of a sort of a cut-in the front line, and any sort of cut-in the front line means that when you want to go to the offense, we will have someone behind our back or to the side. That's the main obstacle. So getting rid of that will be good for future military action, explains the colonel. I don't see any probability for either of the sides to get anything positive out of this. As Roman Svitan said in his talk with the portal Unian, the black soil of Donbass devours Russian equipment like liquid cement. Colonel Matysiak does not think that the Russians will be able to break the front line. The Ukrainian soldiers are relatively well fortified there. The fortifications that Ukrainians have at their disposal over there have been there practically since 2014. The system was well designed, so Russians trying to push there would be stupid. He stresses, however, that Ukrainians have to engage their strengths and their resources. If they didn't, the Russians could break through their lines. Avdiivka, just like before it, Bakhmut or Mariupol, became the main brunt of a narration, adds the speaker of Virtual Poland. And also adds that what about which Svitan said, that it is also an element of psychological warfare, and gives an example from World War II. It was said Westerplatte is still defending itself, and that is that element of hope, saying that you do not give up, that something's going on. Ukrainians are good in information and narration. If they don't have anything anywhere else, they have to push information that they're defending and dissenting, and they're trading this dissent. He counts out. But however, he says that it does not give any real effects. We are seeing a situation straight from World War I, where both sides have sort of dig themselves in, which sort of indicates a freezing of the conflict on both sides. Unless something extraordinary happens, and within the current sort of situation, neither Russia nor Ukraine has the potential to sort of move things forward. So he concludes that he does not see a chance for anything positive on neither side. Offensive vehicles are supporting the infantry, on ground infantry. Svitan in his sort of statement for the Portal Union said that the Russians have created a new tactic for themselves. General Skripczak reminds that not only people on sort of not only my god infantry, yes. General Skripczak has reminded that it's not going to be just infantry, but also the battle vehicles. They will be supporting the infantry, but it's not a huge breakthrough when it comes to the change of tactics. It is typical that the infantry is being covered by tanks, and that the infantry supports the tanks, and that the tanks support the infantry. The Russians have been doing that for a long time. Let us remind that a few days ago, a few Ukrainian soldiers at the front lines in Avdiivka has told a Spanish paper, El País, that the Moscow forces seem determined to complete their objectives. You pray, you take cover for 4 days, so that praying that the artillery will not kill you, and then you counterattack um, attack and after attack of their infantry, said one of the Ukrainians fighting in Avdiivka. The winter offensive of the Russians will be key. General Skripchak adds that the winter offensive will be key. They're preparing themselves positions for a huge offensive. Everything that's happening now is just an sort of a prologue to that which will be happening in the future. During the winter, the Russians will have a good opportunity, will have good circumstances to commit to a huge assault. They know that this is a time where Ukrainian soldiers can sort of use to resupply, to build new formations. So, in order not to give Ukrainian soldiers such a chance, they will want to commit to a fast offensive, he says. And that's it. That's the article. What did you think? Did you enjoy? Did you enjoy this? Like, this is a problem that I've heard about, that actually on this side of Ukraine, there's also this tactic of throwing away troops in order to try time and time again a strategy that did not work for the first time. So that's a thing that I've certainly heard. It's a bit worrying, I have to admit. But yes, if you've enjoyed this little reading, if you've enjoyed this little summary of what are the opinions of people about this situation, press like, subscribe, hit the bell, and that's it. I guess we're gonna finish the stream for today. It's gonna finish the stream for today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for participating in the Vosh raid. Thank you all so much. A lot of love and solidarity. And yeah, love and solidarity. And I hope to see you next streams. I hope this wasn't the first and the last time. I'm gonna prepare something more prepared. Because admittedly, today's stream was pretty like. I was even thinking if I should stream today, to be honest. And then I sort of decided that I would. And then a raid happened. So I guess that was a wise decision on my part. It was supposed to just be a chill stream in which I would, like, sit around, do some stuff. The life is unpredictable. Good night. Good night.